Welcome to Adventure Right Now, Day 2, as we embark on building a story together with the Right Now community. Hermes the cat versus Tuxedo, Hermes versus the 8 Past Lives, or any other story title name. We're going to be deciding that today. So come join in on the writing fun, and we're starting right now. Welcome to the community. I'm Kaufman, and I'm on a mission to help the writers of the world with the process, lifestyle, and mindset that it takes to be an author. So why not join us and help write a story? Learn the strengths, the weaknesses of what it takes to write a community story together. So that is me. We'll go over the schedule of events, but first, Soul, I'll let you do a little intro for anyone just hopping into the stream.
So, Chat Soul and working with Kaufman this month on our Nanowrimo event, the Adventure Right Now. I am a game writer, and I'm starting my own indie game company, Eclipse Studios, where we are actually going to specialize in survival and choose your own adventure games, specifically revolving around animals. So this project is perfect.
Sounds like we got some catitude for this stream.
And I will admit, for those who haven't been able to catch up on what's been going on, we have actually already started working on this project. Not just from last week, but I've also started the game writing itself. And at the end of the stream, I am going to do a live test playthrough of the prologue so that people can see what a text-based adventure game looks like and what to expect in the finalized product.
Exactly. So make sure that you stick around until the end of the stream. If you want to check out, this is the very, very first live test playthrough of the game, as we'll get to explore what the beginning of the game elements look like with Chat Soul. So definitely stick around till the end. Before we get into the schedule today, let me just welcome everyone to this stream. Courtney, welcome. ML, Mass Toaster. By the way, Mass Toaster, I've loved all of the story elements that you've suggested. We'll be going into them in just a little bit, but so cool. I think, let me make sure I see anybody else. Thank you. Yeah, I know everyone's been so focused on Nanowrimo, but this is perfect. Let's see, let me pull up. So our story is also on Nanowrimo as well. All right, there we go. So we have our Hermes the cat versus the 8 lives. So this is just the generic cover and the generic story. So far we got 1,045 words. I believe we're going to be able to make much more progress today. So for those of you who are just hopping in, let's go over what today's schedule is going to look like. So because we got a lot. We got 6 scenes to write today. We got, I want to say 4 choose your own adventure and 2 story. The choose your adventure story. Yeah, so we have 4 choose your own adventure scenes and then 2 story narrative scenes. So, but first, let's catch up on the story so far with our beloved feline Hermes the cat. So for those of you who missed out, and if you want to be involved, here is, let's see, here's the Google Doc that has all of the information for you to be able to come join. I'm going to throw that in the chat right now. All right, perfect. Let's see if it lets me post that. Excellent. So I just pinned that to the top of the chat. There you go. So for anyone who wants to join us and hop into the Google Doc, it is open. I just pinned that to the chat. It's also listed at the in the YouTube description as well. So for those of you who don't know so far, so our adventure right now, this is day 2 of our 5-week event where we're writing the story together to hopefully get to that 50,000 word goal of writing the story. Hermes the cat, tentatively titled The 8 Lives. This is a prequel story where Hermes is on his last life. And I think I actually came up with a good little blurb that describes the extent of the story. That, let's see, I think I got a blurb so far. Perfect. So our story so far, I'm going to just copy paste this over. All right, so Hermes the cat is on his last life. He wants to be left alone to sip milk martinis and enjoy his catnip. Unfortunately, his past lives have other plans. When the ghosts of his past self show up to haunt him, something much more sinister is in play. As Hermes is chased by his worst self, the Tuxedo, through a supernatural world full of folklore, supernatural, fantasy, and mythological creatures, he must survive if he wants to get through his last life in one piece. So this is the story we're working on. This is technically a prequel story to the Hermes the Cat Lost in Purgatory. Just a little FYI background. But so that's what we have for the story so far. Last week, we wrote the prologue and chapter 1. So we had the prologue and chapter 1 so far of the manuscript. We had the title, the prologue, and we started in on chapter 1, which is going to be part of Act 1 as we left off. So I've just set the framework so we can hop into the adventure right now portion of it. And I'll be going into that in just a moment. Now, for those of you, if you want to be involved, here's how you can do it. And so I know that we went through such a process to try to figure out how can we make sure everyone gets the right credits. Let's see. So we have these 5 credits. We have an inspired by credit. If you want to just show up here, throw out ideas, and be involved in the story, all you have to do to get an inspired by credit is throw out ideas in the stream. And we'll throw them in the story and you'll get an inspired by. A co-author is if you want to write a part of the story. Now, you can hop into the manuscript in the Google Doc, or you can create your own section of the story and submit it through the submission form. Or you can get a creator credit. Now, this is basically if you develop a story element, a character element, plot, or world building facet. You get the credit if at least 50% of the element is used in the final manuscript. And then we will also have the artist credit. So this is for our artists in the community who want to write or who want to draw character art. Let's say you're like one of the cats really stands out to you and you're like, hey, you know what? That cat's really, really cool. I want to create an artist credit for it. Or I want to create like a cat, or maybe there's a part of the world that stands out and you're like, hey, I have this cool idea for Bigfoot and Hermes. I'm going to draw a picture of it. So many opportunities. We will include the concept art in the story and maybe or in the manuscript, and then I believe in the game as well, but I'm not too sure about that.
Yes, it will be in the game.
Perfect. And then the 5th credit, which I added, is the editor credit. Let's say that you more just want to like review, you want to just read the manuscript as a story, and you prefer to hop into like, oh, okay, you know, these things would sound better, or these like grammatical things could work. I will leave that open to an editor credit for anybody who wants to just hop in and take more of another passive role with it. So these are the 5 types of credits that we have so far. So I'm curious, how do you feel about our credits?
I think these are going to work. We've already had some people give some good ideas. So I already know some people are going to get that the creator idea or the creator credit. I mean, no artists yet, and I'm going to start doing my own concept art as a backup. But I'm hoping that we actually get some artists actually come in and give us some art to actually put in the game. I think editor is going to be fun though, because that's going to give some people the opportunity to stretch their editor skills if they like to give that a shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make it as easy as possible for you to be involved. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Choose Your Own Adventure, this gives you an opportunity to just be involved in like throwing out ideas, maybe edit, or maybe you're an artist and you just want to draw pictures. So this is a really great way for everybody to do what they want to do. And by the way, welcome to the stream, Marcella. Hey, everyone. I'm now 13 pages into my first draft. It's fully immersed in a rewrite of a scene from draft 1. Feeling pretty proud of myself so far. Congrats, my friend. Really glad to hear you're making progress. Marcella has an incredible story, and I'm really, really excited to see how your storytelling comes along. Let's see. And Nil, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Courtney, we believe in you. regardless of how much progress we're making, remember that the only one you're competing against is you, yourself, and you. Because we are all creating different stories with different outlines and different strategies. So I think that's something so important to keep in mind, especially when we start seeing others who are reaching the goal or reaching like twice the goal. I was like, Bobby's written like 2 stories almost for the NaNoWriMo goal. I'm like, that's awesome. But we always have to keep in mind different lifestyles. And by the way, Megan, welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome back. Glad to have you in here. And you know, Courtney, that's how it always works out. Right when we're in the middle of about to write something really cool, life happens. Courtney, been there, done that so many times. Be kind to yourself, my friend. You will be able to get the progress that you want, I'm sure, in the weeks to come.
Every writer goes through that. Don't worry. Luckily, it didn't never last long. Even if you only get like one moment in like 2 weeks, it's still something.
Exactly. Right. I think it's so important to not be too harsh on yourself because life happens to everybody.
Exactly.
100%. And I think that's why when dealing with life, sometimes you have to have some catitude. All right, I can help myself. Okay, so where were we at? So we went into how you can be involved. So let's see. Let me think. So I also gave a step-by-step instruction. I'm not going to go over this, but I'll let you guys hop into the Google Doc if you want to check it out. I feel like this is a very clear 6-step process to walk you through how you can be involved more easily. And I drop some links here. That's choose your own adventure. This is our schedule. Okay, so I wanted to see what else. Okay, so what we're going to do, we have 6 scenes that we need to write today. Let me go into our plot. So we have 6 scenes that we're going to need to get through today. We're going, like I said, we're going to have 4 choose your own adventure scenes and 2 story driven scenes. Now, before we hop into the writing for the first scene, we have a decision that we have to make. We have to decide what is our story title. We need a better title. Now, over the weekend, yesterday, I came up with the title Hermes versus the Tuxedo. I'm like, okay, I felt like that was a little better. Hermes versus the Tuxedo. I think it would then have to be subtitle would then be a Hermes the cat story. I think I am kind of going back and forth on it. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to create a poll. For anyone who's here in the stream, do you have any last minute titles that you want to throw out? What last minute titles do you want to throw out? Any titles? If you have an idea for a title for our stream, I'm going to throw up a poll right now. What should the title of our story be? What should the title of our story be? Okay, so Soul, are there any titles that are standing out to you right now?
For some reason, I keep going back to the God's favorite cat toy.
The God's favorite cat toy. All right. And then I came up with this title, Hermes versus the Tuxedo. And then let's add options. What else do we got? Other titles. Hermes, the cat and the haunting 8. The feline fights back. I really like this tagline, by the way. 9 lives, 8 ghosts, 1 feline destiny. I feel like, I don't know if this is a title, but I think this is a perfect for a
Subtitle?
Not even the subtitle. It's the tagline. That's what it's called. It's the tagline of the story. I think we should definitely use this as a tagline. Let's see. I did like the feline fights back. Didn't
you say that one has a Star Wars feel?
It does, and I think that's probably why I liked it. The feline fights back, and then I added a Hermes the cat story, which now I don't think that's important for this. The feline fights back, and then Hermes the cat and the haunting 8. Let's see. Let me.
You gotta admit, the haunting 8. It's not bad, but somehow I feel like it's a bit of a mouthful.
Let's see. I'm going over to ChatGPT. I'm curious if ChatGPT can give us a clever title. Give me 10 clever titles for a story about Hermes the cat Trying to, okay, actually, let me just give me a clever title. Give me 10 clever titles for a story about, and I will add the blurb. All right, let's see if ChatGPT can give us something clever. All right. 9 lives and a martini. That's kind of funny. Yeah, exactly. Corey. I was just doing that. I was curious to see if ChatGPT can give us something more clever. Hermes' final haunt, ghosts of whiskers past, the last life of Hermes the cat, a tuxedo's tale, catnip, ghosts, and milk martinis. There's something about this kind of reminds me of this reminds me of a title: Catnip, Ghosts, and Milk Martinis.
Oh my god!
The Haunting of Hermes, the Tuxedo's Curse. I feel like this should be a chapter title. Actually, this feels like a really good chapter title. The Tuxedo's Curse. I love this as a chapter title.
I think we should save that one for like when he had like maybe during the final showdown.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Completely agree. That's like a perfect chapter title. Life 9, Hermes versus himself. Myth and Milk, Hermes' final adventure.
That last one's actually not half bad. It's got a nice ring to it.
It kind of does. I'm looking at these because I'm seeing a couple of different options. The Curse of the 8 Ghosts, a Hermes the Cat story. The Curse of the 8 Ghosts. I'm kind of going back and forth on that one. The Curse of the 8 Ghosts. Let's see what I have so far. So far, I have the God's Favorite Cat toy. A Hermes the Cat story. Hermes versus the Tuxedo. I think we can do better than that. Let's see. I'm going to choose my, 9 lives and a martini. Hermes' final haunt. Ghost of Whisker. The last life of Hermes the Cat. A Tuxedo's tale. Catnip Ghost, The Haunting of Hermes, The Tuxedo's Curse, Life 9, Hermes versus himself, Myth and Milk, Hermes' final adventure. So I think I like this one. I think I'm going to throw this one up as my option. Myth and Milk.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about that one, but it really sounds good to the ear.
Yeah, I think I like that one. So Myth and Milk, Hermes' final adventure, the feline fights back. Ooh, what should the fourth one be? What right now? Let's see. What should the fourth one be? Right now, I have God's Favorite Cat toy, Myth and Milk, Hermes' final adventure, the feline fights back, and what do we think, Soul? Let's see. Give us 10 more clever titles. Using a different style. The Ninth Tale of Hermes the Cat, Milk Martinis and Midnight Haunts, The Ghosts Who Came to Nibble. The Ghosts Who Came to Nibble.
That's adorable sounding.
The Ghosts Who Came to Nibble. I think there's something kind of funny. There's something actually that could work about that. Hermes' Last Call. This is a great chapter title.
That is
a great chapter title. Thank you, ChatGPT. The Curious Case of the Tuxedo Terror. Damn, that's another good title. I'm going to say this is a tentative. I like this as a story title. Whiskers at the Afterlife, 9 Lives, 1 Left, Cursed and Catnip, The Final Taste. This literally is once again. Do we have a title for the prologue? Did we come up with a prologue title yet?
No, that one would be perfect.
I think that's the prologue title, actually. Like, now that I think about it, that is literally a perfect prologue title. I don't think I came up with.
Okay, I'm going to say this real quick when I address this. Okay, so yes, that does bring comedy into it, but there is no mystery in the prologue just yet. I mean, like, directly. So that actually would be good for the prologue. At least I think.
I think with Hermes the Cat, I think it's becoming very evident, the story's evolving, that the main genre is thriller, but it's almost like a dark comedic thriller. That's kind of feels like the direction it's starting to take.
Yeah.
just based on Hermes as a character. And I think that's something that we should play into. Let's see,
It
Hermes
actually,
haunting
honestly,
hour.
as a for myself, that actually might give me a chance to explore writing comedy. That's actually not just
You and
straight up
me both.
funny.
You and me both. So comedy is not a strength of mine. So we're gonna be playing around with Hermes for sure. Let's see. I think of these ones, I think I like the ghosts who came to nibble.
Oh god, that one was too funny.
The ghosts who came to nibble. Okay, so I think we have our four titles. Let's see what we got. Um the ghosts who came. I think if I went with the ghosts who came to nibble, it would be a Hermes the cat story. Would follow up after that. But if Hermes' name isn't in the core title, then the subtitle will probably be a Hermes the cat story. Okay, but I think these are four good titles. Throwing it up in the poll, and let's vote. It's in the YouTube poll, so everyone cast your vote now. Let's determine which title we should go with for our story. Vote now over in the YouTube description. Drop your poll, drop your vote. Ooh, so which one? What do you think?
Oh, that's a toughie.
I was like, I feel like those are some pretty a couple of good clever ones. Vote now. I was like, let me throw up the
I
banner.
just saw it change, and I might have an idea.
What you just had an idea for what exactly?
I just saw the poll and seeing 3 votes.
Mm-hmm.
I can already tell which one is already pretty popular.
It's hard to say. I think we got about yeah. So let's see. So vote now, my friends. Let's see what we got. Cast your vote now. We want to see what do you think? Which title should we go with for Hermes the cat? The title. The title are The God's Favorite Cat Toy, Myth and Milk, Hermes' Final Adventure, The Feline Fights Back, The Ghosts Who Came to Nibble. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave that up as a YouTube poll. Keep voting, casting your votes. I will leave that open and we'll come back to our title in just a little bit. So that'll give people more than enough time to vote. We'll hop back into the title and perfect. So we got that. Now, let's see. It sounds like the vegan cat chapter. I completely agree.
You know, if that doesn't end up being the name of the actual story, we could use that for the vegan cat chapter then.
What was that?
So, well, if that doesn't end up being picked for the overall name, we could end up using that one for the chapter title then.
Yeah, I actually absolutely agree. I think all four of them are actually very clever titles. And if one of them doesn't make it, or the other three that don't make it could easily become chapter titles if we really wanted to. Because I think I'm looking as the votes are coming in, and it's going to be a pretty close tie. Because I think all four of them work for different reasons. So I think we should definitely be able to. But the title is so important. So let's see, what do we got next? So we're going to be hopping into the manuscript, the story itself. So like I said, we have 6 scenes to write today. Now, for those of you who haven't caught up on the previous manuscript, you can hop into the Google Doc and go over to the manuscript if you want to read what we have so far, or if you want to hop in and come write with us, right? So far we have the prologue, which brief summary. Hermes wakes up basically Hermes is in a dream, sipping his milk martini as he's suddenly distracted by smelling catnip. He starts running through a field of catnip and is then taunted by a ghostly figure, which turns out to be Tuxedo Cat, who just wants to burn down his fields of catnip. So fun. And we got some really, really clever dialogue in here. Or I was like, I think our initial dialogue with Hermes and Tuxedo is great. The shape called out again. Hey, whiskered washout. Hermes, a washout, huh? That's rich, coming from a half pint, furball. Whatever you say, Scarface. Oh, that cuts me deep, Hermes retorted sarcastically. So I think we have some good initial early character development, which I'm really, really happy about. So they're basically chasing, and then at the end of the dream, Hermes basically goes over a cliff, and we're introduced to all 8 ghosts. And the first 2 ghosts we are getting to explore today is going to be a ghost with a headdress, which is our Egyptian cat, and then a ghost with a Viking helmet, which is our Viking pirate kitty. So those are the 2 we're going to get to address today. Hermes wakes up from his dream in chapter 1, act 1, The Last Life. Yeah, I think The Last Life still works as act 1. We could probably still come up with chapter names. Absolutely. I think we probably will get some good ones. So chapter 1, let's see, not too long. So let's start. I'm going to read through what we have with chapter 1. Let's see. Soul, you want to read Tuxedo?
Yes. Second, make this bigger. Okay.
All right. Chapter 1. I'll do Act 1, The Last Life. Chapter 1. Hermes opened his eyes. He was greeted by one yellow and one orange eye, both burning with rage and hatred. They marked the face of the black tuxedo cat, who had pinned him to his bed. Hermes looked down at the tuxedo cat's claws, dug fully into his stomach, which bled profusely. "You're gonna pay for that," Hermes yelped. Tuxedo whispered in his ear.
"Shh, it will all be over soon. Consider it payback for that furball comment."
He raised his other paw into the air, detracting another set of claws, preparing for the kill. "Screw your claws! You're paying for the catnip, buddy!" Hermes kicked the tuxedo cat off him as the culprit landed squarely on all fours. It's like, I don't know if I like that, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't include that in the game.
Screw your claws. You're paying for the catnip. We could probably come up with another nickname if somebody wants to throw out another nickname for Tuxedo Cat. Hermes grabbed his bleeding stomach, lifting himself from his bed. He glanced over his shoulder as the blood dripped everywhere. His now blood-ridden bed was probably considered an upgrade by Blood Elf standards. He looked around and was surprised to be greeted by the sounds of silence from his home in the Blood Elf Palace. The Tuxedo Cat growled with a furrowed face, eyes dead set on Hermes.
"Time to pay the piper, fleabag."
With one hand covering his bleeding stomach, Hermes scanned the environment for options. All right, perfect. So I was like, do I need? I'll go back and forth. I'll see if I feel like Grammarly or not. Okay, so this is the beginning of our choose your own adventure style. So what we're going to do, we'll come up with a couple choose your own adventure items, and we'll just figure out. So how is Hermes going to respond? For those of you who are unfamiliar with choose your own adventure, essentially the reader gets to this point and they get to choose which option that they want to pursue. They get to choose, okay, so should Hermes lunge at Tuxedo Cat to attack? Should Hermes grab a nearby blanket to deflect? Or should Hermes reach under his mat for a secret stash of catnip? We can go in whatever direction we want if we want to do multiple styles. This was just a good brief introduction. Now, as I'm kind of looking at this, I don't know if the Hermes grabs a nearby blanket for protection because there's nothing to deflect. Okay. Right now we have the Tuxedo Cat is basically Hermes and the Tuxedo Cat are basically and against each other. And then let's see, I should have pulled up the concept art. Let's see, give me just a second. Let me pull up the concept art real quick for those of you who want to see the Hermes and Tuxedo. Okay, perfect. So here's Hermes and Tuxedo. There are our 2 cats. I was like, so I don't know why, but this kind of seemed like the main bad guy. I was like, I don't know why this kind of seemed like Tuxedo for some reason. I was like, let's just do it. This is Tuxedo for now. I totally could. I kind of have this like mane going on, but I could totally see him being like all scraggly with our villain. So like,
well,
I really
the Tuxedo Life was a stray cat, right? Mm-hmm. It would make sense that he'd be all scraggly.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So I'll do that. Perfect. And I think that's fine for now. So, okay. So there's our 2 villains. There's who we're facing up against. Let's see. Hermes could call it. I know. That's actually kind of, I like that. Good call. Let's see. Where was that line? The Tuxedo. where it was. Screw your claws. You're paying for the catnip. Cat penguin. Oh, it won't work in that one. Well, we'll use it in a second. Okay. So essentially with their choose your own adventure, right? So we have these 3 styles. Yeah, I'm going to turn off Grammarly for now. I don't need it. Okay. So we have these 3 styles. Now, essentially, whichever option the player chooses, then that's going to lead us to a different page, right? So we have pages 13, 14, and 15. I put the page numbers at the top so that way we can try to stay on target. So then we have to write the scenes, the sections for each person. By the way, Jim, glad to have you in the stream. Welcome, welcome. Jim, you're like 9 Lives from Hell. What if this was the title? Too much. 9 Lives from Hell. I actually really like that as a title. 9 Lives from Hell. Ooh. I was like, I think, So what do you think about using hell in a title like that? Good, bad, ambivalent?
It's not bad.
9
But for
Lives.
some reason, with
yeah, I think it's a good title, Jim. I don't know if it's the right one for this specific chapter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it to our ideas list because I actually think that is definitely a title worth pursuing. I'm going to add it 9 Lives from Hell. Love it. Love it. Okay, so back to our manuscript. All right, and so we'll probably be right back. I know they're messing around. Sometimes their internet goes back and forth.
Yep.
Hey, what's up, TR? Glad to have you in the stream, by the way. So this is hilarious. If comedy is added, the Viking Cat needs to comment that he is working on a novel. Since the Nanowrimo logo has a Viking. Yeah.
I like that.
We should totally play into that Viking Cat, like his dream is to become like a writer. That would actually be really, really funny. We should totally do that. Viking Cat should maybe be a little we could go in a couple different directions, but we could have Viking Cat be maybe a little bit more poetic. Like he's trying to write his own story.
You know, honestly, what I was kind of starting to think with the pirate cat is he's one of those cats where he's dramatic. He overacts what he does.
Yeah.
But it's to hide that he wants to maybe do this.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Because he has to put on a show for his captain, right? He has to put on a show for the crew. Oh, I love that. Absolutely.
Yeah, because if you think about it in that kind of time period, not a lot of people who were considered not a lot of people who weren't fighters in that kind of environment lasted very long. So they would have to learn how to act.
Yeah. By the way, Marcel, you're like, our tuxedo looks like one of the Gargoyles. Gargoyles was a great show, by the way. I absolutely loved Gargoyles. I remember watching that when I was growing up. Absolutely. Hades instead of Hell. Yeah, we haven't decided who our main bad guy is yet. We'll talk about that a little later in the stream because we still need to come up with the big bad for the overarching story. Let's see. Since we are going with a mythical, Hades. Yeah, we've been going back on Hades. So we'll come back to our big bad guy in just a little bit because we're still determining who's going to be the right big bad character. Okay, so let's see. So let's get to writing. For anybody who wants to hop in the Google Doc, feel free to come join if you want to write. I've given everybody permission to be able to write in the Google Doc with us. Okay, so let's see. Let's do this. And I guess what I've been writing 18, 8, 16. I just want to make sure I start using the same font for everything. Okay. So we're going to have our 3 options. This one will be super easy. So Hermes and Tuxedo fighting. Hermes lunges at Tuxedo Cat to attack. Let's see. So when we do a choose your own adventure, this is basically like the start of the sentence, right? With the way options are formed, or would I then write starting from the paragraph here? Hermes lunges at Tuxedo Cat.
For the manuscript, start it like that.
Yeah, so Hermes lunges at
an adventure. It varies depending on the format, but in this case, with the text-based, it may start like that and then go with an ellipse, the 3 dots to show the continuation, and then have the choices. But yeah, no, for the manuscript, just have this. Makes it easier.
Yeah, so we have some really great questions in here. Nil. Chat, are there 4 classes of creatures? I'm behind. Is the story split down one creature path depending on what you pick, or is it all classes? Great question, Nil. So the world is split into 4
Factions.
yeah, so the world is split into 4 factions. Here you go. Throw this up so that way you guys can see. On the world building notes here. So we have 4 factions that inhabit the world or inhabit. We have our folklore creatures, the supernatural creatures, the fantasy supernatural, and then the mythological creatures. I suggest hopping over into the Google Doc if you want to kind of check the creature types, or if you want to add a creature type of your own. So definitely we can play around with all creature types right now. We're starting Hermes off in the Blood Elf Palace, which is technically fantasy supernatural. All right, so back to the manuscript, and then Mastos, you're like, so is Tuxedo Cat working for the big bad or on his own? I think we determined that Tuxedo Cat is working for the big bad. Tuxedo Cat, we think right now, is the main villain. We won't know for a while, probably till the end, that there's an evil mastermind, which we still have to determine. But Tuxedo Cat right now is essentially hellbent on revenge. And thinking through Tuxedo Cat, I think the reason that he's hellbent on revenge is because Hermes basically gave up this life. Because if we think about it, Tuxedo Cat was essentially Hermes' last life, which means that Hermes had to have reached a breaking point to have then chosen to lead more of a neutral life. We could probably argue throughout the story whether we want him to be a neutral, good neutral, bad neutral. We could take it in whatever direction. But I think Tuxedo is like a pure evil. So I think great question, Mast. All right. So with the Hermes, with the Hermes, detracting his claws, Hermes lunges at Tuxedo Cat. Let's see. And we have to think of our creature type. So we're in the prologue, so it can't work out too well for Hermes. Essentially, Hermes is also bleeding everywhere. Detracting his claws, Hermes lunges at Tuxedo Cat, who dodges. Yeah. Oh, this is a good question, Sola. Do you think Hermes should be a good fighter right now? Or like in general? Do we think that Hermes is still a good fighter in this life?
In general, he might be decent, because in this life, not only is it his 9th life, but he's kind of like on the older side, right? So he's probably got years of experience behind him, but that doesn't always mean anything. So I think he should be
like a decent fighter.
enough
so
that
now his weakness is and that he's bleeding, right? So basically he's wounded. Okay. So
yeah, no, I was thinking that in most normal cases, even if he couldn't defeat Tuxedo Cat in the first place, he could at least hold his own if he weren't bleeding everywhere. But that is really going to affect this.
Yep. Okay, I completely agree. So detracting his claws, Hermes lunges at Tuxedo Cat, who ducks, who ducks out of the way, who slides out of the way. Tuxedo, let's see. Do we think Tuxedo is a cheater? Is he the type who uses whatever means necessary?
Yeah,
or is he more like
he fights dirty.
He probably does. Hermes lunges at Tuxedo Cat, who slides out of the way. Tuxedo, actually, I could totally see Tuxedo, who slides out of the way. Tuxedo rushes at Hermes, with a fist. Do we think that they do any type of punching, or do you think it's more like cat fight?
Well, considering these are anthropomorphic cats, the same way that Puss in Boots is, I think it'd be a fair mix. Partially because we already have him sink his claws into Hermes.
Yeah, so I think it's going to go for some punches right now. It's kind of like...
I think right now, because Hermes is already bleeding, have some punches, have some kicks, even have a headbutt maybe.
Yeah, okay, I like that. Tuxedo rushes at Hermes with a fist, to the gut. Hermes... and I'm like writing action. I was like, so I'm like, we're going to see. That's exactly what this is. This is a cat fight. Okay.
Actually,
All right.
since this is an action scene and that's typically what I excel at, would you like me to write this right now?
Yes, I would. I can totally write action scenes, but I need to. I'm probably not as skilled as you are at Soul. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna let you work on this part, this little section, then for the fight. And I'm going to go Hermes deflecting, bringing a blanket. All right.
Let me scroll down to it, and then I will share it on my screen.
All right, perfect. I like that.
Okay.
All right, and then so I would say just zoom in just a little bit so they can see it more easily. Beautiful. All right. Megan, that's a great idea. If you go with the blanket of protection, Tuxedo would turn that blanket into ribbons. Yeah, I actually completely agree. I'm totally doing that. I'll show you guys mine in just a second.
So let's see. Hermes tries to dodge but slips. Okay, so I'm gonna move this a little bit so I can see any comments coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Come up with a good strategy to keep Tuxedo from trying to kill him. And Mary has a point. It is retracting, not detracting.
Oh, thanks. That's a good call out.
Personally, I actually use shething and unshething, but then again, I grew up with warriors, and that's how they do it. So
I haven't heard it like that, but I mean, whatever works.
Okay. No, I mean, and I'm used to British authors, so that's probably, and that might be like a regional thing too. So maybe that's why it also makes that. Maybe that's also why I do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Tries to dodge, but slips.
Yeah, and I think Megan threw up a good comment for you. If he goes to attack, Hermes needs to come up with a good strategy to keep Tuxedo from trying to kill him.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm thinking about for this moment right here. Is there's the moment where Tuxedo lands a blow, Hermes tries to dodge, and this exact moment is where he's going to start. This is what I'm thinking of. This moment right here, where he fails to defend, is when he starts thinking of a good strategy. Right, my keyboard wants to work today. And yeah, it did not want to work. So let's see this moment here. Hermes needs to do something that could potentially slow him down. Something that's not a choice, but just like a moment. He's running down a hall. Maybe he could knock something over. Maybe he could pull down drapes. Maybe he could dodge into another room. Because we're supposed to be leading up to the Egyptian cat saving him.
Yep. So and I also think any elements that we can rely on the supernatural fantasy vibe is probably a really good idea to pull readers into the story. So I think any world elements are probably a good call here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is he's using his environment. He's in a blood elf palace. Granted, palaces only have so many different styles, and there's varying degrees of it, but they're pretty much the same.
What do we want our blood elves in this world to have in their palace? Objects. What if they have like all their objects, which are just like objects that were crafted with blood? So anytime they like grab something, it explodes in like bouts of blood. Let's see. Tuxedo shreds with ease. Essentially, it's blood magic. So then it's like, okay, well, how do you play into that?
What is on the keyboard today?
Yeah. Okay.
So this room that's coming up right now is where I'm thinking that the Egyptian cat comes to his rescue, because in his bleeding state, Hermes isn't going to be able to get far without like severe consequences. So having Tuxedo trapped for the moment, I think is actually a really good moment to show that Hermes has enough fight in him.
I like that.
But I don't want to do much more than that because that seems a little unrealistic considering his wounds.
Okay, I think that's good. If you want, you can read through what you wrote for the community.
All right, give me one moment. I want to do at least a minor description of the room real quick.
Okay, I think that's good.
Now, this is where I'm not really sure what kind of room this is going to be. And this could be a bedroom. This could be an artifact room. Because elves are known for their magic, but usually elves are known for like nature magic. Would blood elves be the same, or would it be different? Would they be more like not alchemist?
And I think the fun thing is we can take it in whatever direction we want.
True, but since these are different than a typical elf, we need to kind of like fit them accordingly. And I feel like that as blood elves, they're not going to have like a huge connection to nature in the same way a regular elf is going to. That even if they do have a connection, it's not going to be as prominent. It's not going to be as strong. Or at the very least, they're going to have more. And whatever's in this kind of room needs to reflect that. And even if it's like a bedroom versus an artifact room, there's still got to be at least a few things that Hermes could like interact with that could maybe be like the trigger, let's say.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Paintings. This could be an art room. Because all kinds of like royalty, they tend to have like a lot of like paintings in the palaces, right?
Yeah,
that's be any different?
That's a good idea, actually. Yeah, they would probably. technically, if they were refugees from another world, then here they would probably been attracted to maybe some type of art form in this world, perhaps from like whatever their cultural perspective.
And maybe they also recreated art from their own world too, and this is where they store it.
I like that.
Okay, I'm gonna say this for the names. I am doing the names, and I am not doing that name.
Tut cat k ha hum.
I'm not doing a pun name like that.
Tut cat.
I can't even pronounce that.
K hamun. I'm trying to tut cat k hamun. Tut cat hamun. Tut cat hamun. I'm like, although I actually would not be opposed to having the Egyptian cat's name be really ridiculous.
I'm gonna take a look at some names later, like tomorrow or something, and I'll start putting names like at least I either might choose a name or choose a handful of names and have people choose from them, similar to the polls we do on YouTube. But I'll probably do that like later tonight or tomorrow.
But I mean, if we get any good ideas here in the stream for names, like totally.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, King Tut. Okay, so this is where I'd actually really like some help from either the community or you, Kaufman. I want him to. This is where I want the trigger to be. I want Hermes to grab something from this room and throw it at Tuxedo. And when it breaks, that's the trigger for the Egyptian cat to show up.
Interesting. Okay. I like that. Why have that item be the trigger?
For one, it's unexpected. Because my very first thought was use a painting. Have the cat leap out of a painting. But I feel like that's a little expected, cliche, something along those lines. Not a bad idea, but I kind of want to avoid that if possible.
Yeah,
my
I mean,
first
maybe
thought was
it
base, and I'd like to go a little more original, please.
Yeah, I mean, it should probably be some type of like art, some type of artwork. I actually agree with Megan. It should be some type of artwork, vase, maybe furniture, something that he throws, and then it explodes into blood, and then the Egyptian cat. So you could do something with
violet paint.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Actually, yeah, that's literally perfect.
I like that. Okay, so with the violet paint that smashes against Tuxedo, this could actually... The sarcophagus container is a very good idea. And the only reason I do not want to go with that one is because I feel like that'd be a little too on the nose. And mostly it doesn't fit in this specific room. Because it's an art room rather than like a room full of artifacts. But that is a good idea. Well, I think we'll actually use that later. Okay, so what does the trigger? I don't understand except that it's supposed to be unexpected. Basically, it's just supposed to be like a random event. The Egyptian cat is supposed to come out of like nowhere, and
yeah, and I don't think we've determined exactly how they're triggered. That's something we're playing around with.
Yeah, because like, so what I'm thinking is Hermes. Why does my keyboard not want to type at today? So I'm thinking Hermes tosses his vial of paint, and it's red paint. So I'm kind of fitting it. I'm kind of fitting in with the blood elves, but does the vial miss? And the Egyptian cat rises out of the paint splatter, like on the floor.
All right, so actually, as like I'm thinking through this, let's have the main story from the decisions meet back up at the panting paragraph. At the when he goes in the next where panting Hermes. So let's have this the next thing after the 3 decisions meet back up here.
Okay.
I think that's actually a good idea.
For a supernatural thing, this is not a bad idea. I like that.
Ooh, I kind of like that actually. That's actually really clever. I think playing into the Egyptian thing is actually a really good idea. So maybe the artifact should be some type of like bug or some type of like gold. It doesn't have to be the scarab yet per se. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the scarab, but I think maybe some type of maybe bug type artifact or a beetle or something that references that we know. Or maybe it could be like a mummy. It could be like a figure of a mummy or something that represents Egyptian culture.
So I'm thinking golden paint because the first thing he's going to have to grab is the golden scarab. And as like the vial breaks, that's when the paint drops form into scarabs, which end up forming the Egyptian cat. Because that way it's utilizing the color without being too on the nose about the upcoming life. And it creates a kind of dramatic effect. I've been watching too many movies. I was watching Ender's Game today, and it's kind of what the Format Queen did, so. But like with pixels. You know what? Yes, there. You know, I will make it so like so after the Egyptian cat appears, Hermes is going to look at the shattered glass, and there will be an Ankh symbol on it. Thank you for that, Mary. That was a very good idea.
All right, so I think I finished the story. I thought I finished it for the second one. For now, I'll just say turn to page something, and I'll leave that. So I finished the second story decision. I think to add the page, we have to write each of these sections first. Let me do the second story section, or the third one, which is Hermes reaches under his mat for a secret stash of catnip. Oh man! All right. All right. Well, you're working on that. While you're working on that, I'll bring you right back up where we're going back to the comedic section of it now. When right when in the beginning of this choose your own adventure section, let's see, where were we at? With one hand covering his bleeding stomach, Hermes scanned the environment for options. What happens when Hermes reaches under his mat for his secret stash of catnip? I know you guys are going to love this one. Guys, give me something funny. What should we have Hermes do with our catnip? So I finished option B. Soul's finished option A, and then I'm going to do option C. And I think, Soul, what you're writing right now is the next story portion. After these ones converge in the next room, which I think works out well. So let's see. Hermes reaches under his mat for his secret for a secret stash of catnip. Still, all right. Still reeling from his catnip field dream. Still reeling from his catnip field dream. Hermes. The scent of blood, the smell of his blood reminds him of his secret stash. Why his blood reminds him of his secret stash is anyone's guess. Hermes tosses his bed aside, revealing a pebble's worth. It's going to be very small, revealing a pebble's worth of catnip. He tosses it in the air. He tosses it in. Okay, I think this will be funny. He tosses it in the air, prepared for the savory, incredible sensations to hit his senses as a Tuxedo dives through the air, tearing it to pieces. Aw, Hermes doesn't get his catnip quite yet. Tuxedo. Tuxedo taunts. How many times am I gonna have to? How many times do I gotta? How many times do I gotta? Steal that catnip? Let's see. I'm going to go for nicknames.
Catnip being a blood thinner.
Hermes tried to remember if catnip is a blood thinner. Sure. Oh, that's actually a really good idea. This Mass Toaster's thing was funny. Santa's elves are probably refugees. We should totally do it. That's absolutely hilarious, by the way, Toaster. I love that so much. It was like we should totally have a joke somewhere in there with Santa's elves. I think that's perfect. Let's see. Hermes tried to remember if catnip is a blood thinner. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, ML, is instead of Hermes, the one remembering it's blood thinner, I'm gonna have Tuxedo call it out because Hermes is a little bit of an addict. I don't think Hermes went for the catnip big thing of it is blood thinner. I think he went for the catnip because he's an addict. He just wants the catnip, which is why we have Tuxedo. I'm like, Tuxedo stumbled back laughing. Does poor Hermes need his blood thinner? Hermes laughed nervously. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I want it. That's why I'm wanting to be on the net. His laughter died down as he lowered his head to the ground, licking up whatever molecules of catnip still remain. As he licked up whatever blood, Hermes licked the ground profusely.
Oh god, he honestly seems like the kind of cat that would really do that.
He does. Let's see. So I think this option then will stemmy his blood. I think in option 2, he uses the blanket to minimize the bleeding. Option 3, I think the molecules of catnip. I think we'll say it helps a little bit.
You know, considering one of the stats that's in the game, that is actually a really good idea.
Mm-hmm. I think I completely agree. So I think clearly from this first section, the cat. Well, I mean, he hasn't really grabbed anything. In the story section, maybe should we give some type of item for him to grab yet, or you think we should wait till Egyptian cat arc?
I think wait for the Egyptian cat.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's not a bad idea to have an item sooner, but it seems a little too soon.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see. I'm going to have a random artifact that Hermes is going to grab. What would be guys? Give me a funny blood elf artifact that Hermes can throw up in defense. I need a funny, some type of comedic blood elf artifact. What could be a comedic blood elf artifact? Give me something, guys. Comedic blood elf artifact. I like our elves bit. This is funny. Tinker the elves. I can't be this pathetic, said Tuxedo Cat. Oh man. Oh my god, this reminds me of a bathtub scene. Let's see. Tuxedo lunges at it and both claws distracted as Hermes reaches for. Let's see. We don't need this stuff right now. I added that somewhere else. Tuxedo lunges at him, both claws attracted, as Hermes grabs the closest thing in distance, which is grabs the closest thing in distance, which is a statue of an elf stabbed by a magic crystal. I love it. All right, let's do it. Tuxedo lunges at him, both claws attracted, as Hermes grabs the closest thing in the closest object in reach, which Hermes grabs the closest object in reach from atop a nearby pedestal. A snow globe. A statue of an elf. Oh, I like this. You guys gave me two different ideas. All right, I'm gonna split it again and let him choose the two. So I think I have something funny. All right, I'll do one split here between what should he grab. Let's see, and let's go. All right, so let's see. Tuxedo lunges at him, both claws distracted, as Hermes grabs the closest object. As Hermes looks to grab, as Hermes sees two nearby pedestals with objects atop them. One has a figurine of an elf being stabbed by a magic crystal. One has let's make it a red figurine of an elf being stabbed by a crystal, while the other pedestal holds a snow globe full of elves, full of Christmas elves. Which should? Oh, that's right. So I probably shouldn't do the narrative of what should he grab. I should just leave the options, right? Instead of saying like which. Yeah.
I mean, some games, some text-based games have it. What should you do? Mm-hmm. Some don't. So it's kind of like a personal thing. But I think it sounds better just have the choices.
Yeah. Okay. Hermes grabs the figurine, the red figurine of an elf being stabbed by a magic crystal. Hermes grabs the snow globe. All right, and then we'll just do here. We'll put this here. Perfect, and we'll just adjust the page numbers later once we've written these sections. All right, so now I absolutely love both those. Hinting at, I know, I think hinting at the Santa connection. I think this will be good. I think we could totally do like a Santa, like a sub connection, especially as we're getting closer to like the Christmas season by the end of the month. I think we could totally do like a single standalone branch later on in the story with the Santa thing. I think that's a good idea. Where maybe Hermes finds the spirit of Christmas, or maybe Hermes gets killed by an elf. You know, one of the two. Let's see. Hermes grabs the red figurine of an elf being stabbed by a magic crystal and chucks it at Tuxedo.
I had to laugh.
That needs to be an elf off shelf. Chuck. Yeah, that's kind of funny actually.
You know, even if the elf on the shelf is not in that scene, in this specific scene, we could still have it later on.
I'm gonna have him reference it because I think that's good. Hermes grabs a red figurine of an elf being stabbed by a magic crystal, and looks at it confused. He shrugs. He shrugs. Magic crystal and looks at it. Hermes grabs a red figurine of an elf being stabbed by a magic crystal and looks at it confused. He shrugs. Crazy blood elves. Crazy blood elves always gotta be stabbing things. Always gotta be stabbing things with crystals. he shrugs. He shrugs and mutters. Crazy blood elves always got to be stabbing things with crystals. I think there's something funny about that. He chucks it. He chucks it at Tuxedo, who attempts to block it. Only to be splattered. And he chucks at Tuxedo, who attempts to block it. The figurine explodes in a burst of blood, splattering everywhere and halting Tuxedo in his tracks. Tuxedo licks blood off his off a paw, laughing. No elf on a thanks. Thanks for the thanks for the appetizer. Thanks for the appetizer, furball. Time for the main course. Tuxedo, let's see. The figurine explodes in a burst of blood, spotting and halting Tuxedo's tracks. Tuxedo now covered in an array of blood. Tuxedo is now covered in an array of blood. Tuxedo licks blood off a paw, laughing. Thanks for the appetizer, furball. Time for the main course.
I'm sorry, that gave me a good
A fossilized ogre butt. I know. I was like, that's what I was gonna do. I was originally gonna say that no elf from the shelf is gonna get me, but I'm like, I think I played into the blood that time, and I think that the blood thing works a little better. He chucks it at Tuxedo, who attempts to block it. Actually, I think I can include that. No elf from the shelf is gonna get me. Tuxedo roars. As he swipes at the figurine. The figurine explodes in a burst for blood, splattering everywhere and halting Tuxedo in his tracks. Tuxedo is now covered in an array of blood. Tuxedo blood as it mixes with his white and black fur. Tuxedo licks blood off a paw, laughing. Thanks for the appetizer, Furball. Time for the main course. Hermes uses this opportunity to dash out of the room. Dash out of the room as a Tuxedo gives way to a chase. All right, I'm good with that one. And then we're going to go the snow globe option. And then we'll continue on with the next part of the story. Hermes grabs. All right, guys. Now we have to figure out what does Hermes say when he grabs the snow globe. I know that. I think this is the funny part, Marcella. Nobody knows how long the blood has been there. Oh man, I think that's why it's kind of funny. Let's see. Hermes reaches for the snow globe as a sense of reaches for the snow globe and shakes it as a sense of Christmas joy spreads over him. Yep, that's it. Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say, Toaster. I'm glad you picked up on that. Hermes reaches for the snow globe and shakes it as a sense of joy spreads. As a sense of joy courses through him. The tiny elves in the globe are holding presents, and I think we can play it on the elf bit. The tiny elves in the globe are the tiny elves inside the globe are holding presents. He shakes it as powder snow bursts. He shakes it as powder snow he shakes it as the powder snow inside. Oh, I like that. He shakes it as the powder. He shakes it as it starts to snow. He shakes it as the powder snow flies, as the powder snow in the globe. The globe starts falling, and the elves sing Jingle Bells. Let's see. Does Hermes like Christmas or hate Christmas?
Considering his attitude, he might be annoyed by it.
Yeah.
Maybe not outright hate it, but annoyed.
He shakes it. He frowns at the sudden music. Crazy. Let's see what I used the last one. Last time I did crazy blood elves. Crazy blood elves always gotta be singing. Crazy blood elves always gotta be singing. Always gotta be. I'll make him English for a second. Bloody elves. Always gotta be singing. Always gotta be singing about singing up about joy and death.
I'm going to say this as somebody who really does not get into Christmas.
Mhm.
Anybody who is overly happy and excited that time of year gets to me like no other. So even vaguely annoyed, that would drive him nuts. He doesn't have to hate it.
Hermes reaches for the snow globe and shakes it. Yeah, I'm going to take out the joy part. Hermes reaches for the snow globe and shakes it. The tiny elves inside, he reaches for the snow globe. The tiny elves inside the globe are holding presents. He shakes it as the powder snow in the globe starts falling and the elves sing jingle bells. He frowns at the sudden music. Bloody elves always got to be singing about joy and death. About blood elves always got to be making it rain. Blood elves always got to be making it rain. He frowns. He shakes it as the powder snow in the globe starts falling and turning red as the elves sing jingle bells. He frowns at the sudden music. Bloody elves always got to be making it rain blood. He chucks it at Tuxedo. He shakes it again. He shakes it again. And chucks it at Tuxedo. Merry Christmas. Let's see. Merry Christmas. Tuxedo laughs as he grabs the globe. Tuxedo laughs as he grabs the globe, pausing momentarily, hoping for a little Christmas. You really think Christmas is going to save you? Really think Christmas is going to save you? Hermes backs away. No. But a blood elf Christmas might. Tuxedo glances down as the globe explodes in a burst of blood. Getting all over him. Hermes uses this chance to run away. Tearing to flee the room. Okay. So I think I finished up both of my arcs, both of my paths on that one. Let's see. I added another path there. Where did you end off on
I'm
yours?
actually getting pretty far. I'm after the Egyptian cat shows up.
Ooh, I love it. Okay, so let me pause you real fast so that way we can move. I just want to fix the formatting of this real quick. So let's see. So I think after this one, panting, Hermes bolts into another room. So I think the panting is when we'll further it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and add this after the last section. So that way I can adjust the pages.
Yeah.
So copy that, copy, and then let's take this here. All right. So then this next one will start at here. So for this being a new section, because this is where they will all go to, does this need a heading of any sort? Because this is where the stories, I think, the decisions will converge now.
Yeah, I think this should just be the heading where Pharaoh appears, at least for now.
Okay. So you think it still does need a title then to make it clear?
At least for
Let's
my
see. So
mind's
we'll
blanking.
put Hermes. Let's see. Let me give it this one. One of these titles. All right, Hermes. Or we'll put Tuxedo. Tuxedo. I mean, I guess you can yeah, I'm like going back and forth. I was like, we could technically either make this a new chapter or we just make it a new section. Or this could technically be the end. Tuxedo chases, or we could put a new visitor approaches. Let's put that now.
Excuse me.
All right, so then they're going to now converge on 23. Okay, you can continue on where you were at, Soul.
Okay.
I'm just doing that so that way I can add the pages. Because then I think this last one will, then I just add, so essentially they're all going to converge to page 23. Okay. Carry on.
In the part that I'm writing now, if people go and look, you'll actually get to see the first sign of there are items that you can have in the game that you actually carry with you.
Which, oh, really? You did? Oh, I absolutely love that. I'm definitely want to check that out in just a second.
Yeah,
Let's
people
see.
haven't. So we haven't. So I haven't actually announced this yet because we haven't really gotten far enough. But there are items that Hermes will be able to grab in the game for his inventory. So basically, there are items that he can carry either temporarily or permanently, depending on what the item is. One of those items is catnip. He can have a
Absolutely
set
love it.
amount of catnip.
Let's see. So this is 13. Then the blanket is 14. All right. And then let's see. So 13 as it was trapped in the curtain. All right. And then I think I said that they now will converge onto the visitor approaches. So, and I think that looks like that's page 20.
Okay, so I'm going to say this. I'm not going to explain everything the catnip does,
Mm-hmm.
but somebody had the idea. I think it was last Saturday. Either it was a lot easier. Either it was last Saturday or Monday. Somebody had the idea of catnip being basically like spinach was to Popeye. I was thinking maybe something like that or something for trading. So like he gives catnip in exchange for like another item or information or something like that.
Sure. All right, so I think I need to add this to the beginning of 20 for it to make sense. All right.
For the purpose of this game, there's only one kind of catnip.
Yeah, I think to make that easy, I agree. All right, so I think I've about finished this pathing. Page 18, page 19. And then 18 and 19 will both return to page 20. All right, so I think I am all caught up here. So I'm now where you're at. All right, so we've definitely given them a couple of different options, which I absolutely really loved. So with what we went over so far, I think we've wrapped up the choose your own adventure element of this section. Where we were at in the beginning, we had Hermes, we gave them the three options: Hermes lunging at Tuxedo Cat, Hermes grabbing the blanket, and then Hermes reaching under his mat for his secret stash. We've now given all three options. Hermes reaching under the mat for the secret stash, I gave two options. And then regardless, they all will go back onto page 20, which is our new visitor approaches, which is where Soul is at. All right. So Soul, give me just a sec. I'm gonna be back in just a moment. Do you just want to kind of like, I guess, talk through with where you're at? And I'll be back in just a moment for these guys.
Yeah, of course. So I want to pull up what I have, so everyone can see. Okay, so as he's been working on the choice areas, I've been doing where right now, until we actually have a name for her, Pharaoh. That's when she shows up. And so far, I've been kind of having her as like this. Tuxedo knows her. Tuxedo knows her. She appears, and instead of acting like scared or something, he has a. And also, there's a description for her looks. Well, for the headdress itself, I did a little bit of research on the kinds of headdresses found just in that general area, and I ended up going with this, something that was worn by, I don't think pharaohs exactly, but like someone of high nobility or whatever. I can't think of the exact name. But I wanted her to have some kind of connection other than the fact that she's an Egyptian now. And let's see, who was it who said for her personality? Yeah. So Marcella, yeah, I kind of made her a bit of snooty. So obviously some of this, like the quotes and stuff, can be changed to match the characters better if we need to. But so I have like a little bit of dialogue. Just try to keep it for her short, snappy, to the point. And then in trying to keep with the supernatural, even though it's not a dream, I'm having, at least for the tuxedo, fade out. A little bit more dramatic, a little bit more mainly dramatic. I feel like after this moment, Hermes, partially due to pain and also just kind of like this kind of stuff doesn't normally happen to him. We have it where he's not reacting. Well, yeah, he just doesn't know how to react to this kind of thing. It's something that who's really going to react well to this kind of situation.
All right, I am back. So how did that go? Do you feel pretty good with where you're at right now?
I think so. So here's the part that I just finished.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we actually get to start seeing the effects of, wow, we actually have items. It's really minor in the beginning, but I tried to fit it in somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
If you have catnip, if you actually have catnip on you at the moment, it's what's called an if statement.
So he would have had to have kept the catnip. Okay, so we're gonna have to give that as an option then.
Actually, don't do a thing. Don't change anything you've done so far. I will go through it and I will see what's going on in the choices as I write them.
Well, there's actually a really easy option, because since he already reaches under his mat for the catnip, I could literally just say that he reaches under his mat for catnip, and decide. I give an option where he decides to keep it.
Actually, in most choose your own adventure games, whenever a character does whenever the player does that, they usually just have the item automatically. So if he reaches under and grabs the catnip, then he has it. Then he has it in his inventory.
But it still gives another option, right? Of like, should I hold on to the catnip or should I use it right now?
Yeah, for one, in terms of the character, Hermes isn't going to set it down once he has it.
That's a good point.
And two,
that's a very good point.
No, there are limits to coding. Please do not make me do way more than I intend on.
But my only thing is, from a story perspective, is where then is he going to pick up the catnip?
If he reaches under and grabs the catnip. If he reaches under his bed to grab the catnip, that moment is where he's going to start having catnip. If he doesn't grab the catnip, then he has no catnip.
Gotcha. Okay, that totally makes sense.
I mean, there are some times where yes, he's automatically going to have an item. There's going to be times where he automatically has an item, like in that moment, and then there are going to be moments where he can pick up a sword, he can pick up an all pike, or he can pick up a shirt.
Well, so I think
that's a legitimate choice.
I think the only thing with that is because we've now given a previous option for him to grab the catnip, but we've now written a story section. Here you go. I'll pull up mine real fast. We now have a section where he grabs the catnip, but then essentially tries to use it. But then it doesn't really become an item right now with the manuscript so far. So I think for
manuscript, in terms of the game, it's going to work. It's going to be a lot different.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
I only say that with the certainty of somebody who's played way too many choose your own adventure text-based games, to the point that I have halfway memorized Zombie Exodus Safe Haven, and for anyone who knows that game, it is massive. See, I already have an idea in mind for how to implement the catnip and any potential other items similar to that. So just leave that to me for the game.
No, yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to figure out how to implement it in the manuscript.
Well, if you look at what I did,
because I see you see here if he has catnip and if he doesn't have catnip, which I really like. I actually think that's great.
It's easy to see, and I have it instead of bullet points, I have it in the parentheses, which I feel like the bullet points would probably be really good, but at the same time, I feel like having it like this, at least for myself, makes it a little easier. If it doesn't for anyone else, just please let us know and we'll fix that. Whew, excuse me.
Yeah, I think then it would probably be, it's like using the similar structure. I think probably in bold like this and then making it its own thing, right? So then if we go bold, to then basically give him the options. These claws are nasty. Do you have any catnip? Then wouldn't these would both turn to another page, right? With the choose your own adventure. If he has catnip.
No, because these are not choices.
It's because it's an item-based choice. Okay.
It is an if statement.
Cool. I like that. I think that's a really good call. All right. And then while you're working on that, let's do a real quick ad. So give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
By the way, Welcome to the community. Thank you for joining us today. We are doing some really, really fun stuff with building out this story, and we are absolutely loving your inspiration, your guys' feedback. I know in all of those sections that I wrote, I've gotten some really great feedback and ideas from you, and I know Soul's gotten some incredible feedback as we're writing these sections, these items, these choices. I think we've now come up with about, what, 3, 6, I think we've now done about 6 to 10 just different choices in what we've written so far today. And we're about to hit the end of the chapter now that Pharaoh cat is introduced, which means we're now going to hop into the Pharaoh cat section and then a Viking kitty after. So before we do that, if you are enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the WriteNow community. If you need writing motivation or any type of inspiration to help you with finishing that next part of your story, we got writing sprints, writing community, author interviews, obviously our community events like this, and much, much more. Tap that follow button, tap that subscribe button, and you'll be alerted when we go live. All right, beautiful. So let's hop back into it. All right, so with where we're at right now, with Pharaoh, how far are we at into this section?
So Pharaoh has been introduced, and so far her section's a little short, because I'm still, obviously
fine.
going forward.
I think that's fine.
The main thing that we've done with her so far is she has spoken to Tuxedo. And Tuxedo had the reaction as he knows her, but there's no indication of how.
Okay.
Could he know her because they're both past lives and both ghosts? Could he know her because he got her to, help with all this? That's not known yet. I just made it
I really like that. Kind of like a little thing. Yep, a little bit. And I think that's totally fine. Pharaoh clicked her tongue but said nothing more. I think what we should do is we should probably tie this up now to Pharaoh pulling Hermes into another area so we can hop into the next chapter.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm actually getting ready to do. When he asks her who she is.
Okay. And by the way, as Soul's finishing this up, how are you guys feeling about this? Are you guys enjoying the story so far? I know I am having so much fun on this. We're loving your ideas. Let me know, or let us know, like what you guys are enjoying about this so far. We're not going to be hopping into the second section of this story. Let me pull up the outline real quick as Soul's finishing up that section. So you guys can see from our outline, we finished the Tuxedo cat fight where we've just about wrapped that up. Let's see. He is saved by Egyptian cat, and we're just getting to this section. So we're now getting into this next chapter as he's now going to be challenged to, he is saved by Egyptian cat. Hermes tries to reclaim golden scarab for Egyptian cat's honor. Yeah, so I think this is the section we got to do next, and then we'll go into Pirate Cat. Okay, perfect. So we'll go back here. Let's see, where were we at? So let's see what we got. Pharaoh. So it looks like we've introduced Pharaoh Cat, which I really love what you're doing with Pharaoh Cat, by the way. So I think Pharaoh is super cool.
I know I just butchered that spelling.
I like that.
I'm trying to think because okay, so if he's being asked to retrieve something, I'm not an errand boy, a thief. What would he call himself for retrieving something like this?
The scarab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they still in the same location or have they moved already?
No, she's getting ready to move. After she asked for his help and she tells him, I need you to obtain the scarab for me, that is when she's going to pull him to help get the scarab.
What if, so that way we end the chapter on more tension? Why don't we have Tuxedo do some type of attack, whatever attack we want to do, and then Pharaoh basically pulls them out? Because then that would end the chapter
left, though.
What was
that? I know I can like write him back, but
wait, did Tuxedo leave already?
Yes. After Pharaoh showed up, she told him to leave. He got this really cruel grin on his face, and then he faded as he ran through the doorway. So right now, as where I'm at, Tuxedo's not there. It is just Pharaoh and Hermes.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's about to explain she needs him to get a golden scarab for her, and he's going to misunderstand it as getting a bug.
Oh, that's actually really interesting. I was thinking when I thought of the saving aspect, I thought of the saving as like Pharaoh basically just pulls him out of the area. But essentially you're using their like connection, which actually does make sense because they are working together.
Plus, honestly, pulling him out of danger like at the last moment, it's a little cliche. I feel
it
like
is a little cliche.
Something like this.
It is a little cliche. So okay, so how about this then? So because I think then the story beat really changes once Tuxedo goes. So what if after Tuxedo goes, then they transport to whatever the new area is? So then this whole conversation starts in the next chapter. Because I think as a story beat that would be more that would work more as a story beat, because everything with Pharaoh is kind of like, okay, now we're on the next story beat.
That's not a bad idea, but I think waiting until a little more of a dramatic moment of she reveals that she needs him to catch a scarab, and he's like, wait, you want me to catch a bug? And that's when she pulls him through. Like, she doesn't even answer him.
I like that. I like that, actually. Okay, interesting. No, I really like that. I think that's clever.
So I know I have like my own style, and I usually do stuff like this myself because it works, I think, a little better to catch the character off guard, even if you don't catch the reader off guard. And that's what we want to do. Since this is going to be a game, we want to catch the character off guard.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I think what I'm trying to think through then is to start the next chapter on the moment where he teleports or transports or whatever.
Yeah. The moment he's like, wait, so you're going to have me catch a bug? That is when that's when this chapter is going to end, and that's when the next chapter is going to begin.
Okay. All right, let's do it.
Also, the reason I'm going with the bug idea, Mass Toaster, is I just watched my cats kill a mouse the other night, and I can easily picture him. I can easily picture Hermes thinking, because one of my cats is 8 years old, and he was acting like a kitten with a mouse. I could just feel like Hermes actually starting to think, wait, I'm basically gonna have to be acting like a kitten.
Mhm.
It just seems funny to me.
I think that'd be great. By the way, Penelope, what's up? Welcome. Where's the catnip? It's kind of we've used the catnip in a couple different directions, for sure. We've definitely used the catnip a couple times. Right now, Hermes used the catnip as one of the previous options, as a distraction, and then we're also gonna have to create a place for him to have grabbed the catnip and kept it as an item. All right, so then
I'm like right at the end of this right now. Give me like
you're
give me
fine.
like part of the line.
Do your thing. I'm fixing formatting. Let's see. I'm gonna hop over to character notes. I think I saw Mass Toaster gave us a pretty good timeline. So while you're finishing up your part, something that I'm going to throw out for the community, something we'll have to think about is the time periods for each of these cats, which I think is absolutely a really great thing to think about. Obviously, they're from each of their different time periods, but we're going to also have to think about when do the supernatural elements of the world take place.
I was actually thinking the Victorian cat could actually be when the supernatural start appearing.
I think so as well.
Because I think it was what in the Victorian ages, kind of like the medieval Victorian kind of era, when they started having like graves being covered by iron to keep from vampires appearing.
Yeah, I think right, which I kind of like that. Which right now our timeline events is folklore and mythological creatures have always existed on Earth. Humans ruled the Earth as predominant species. Supernatural creatures nearly went extinct. Something unites them and they start an uprising over humanity. So this would probably be then during the Victorian era. Fantasy creatures arrive from another world and tip the balance in the supernatural war. Humanity loses, forcing humans to go into hiding and or go extinct. Folklore and mythological creatures come out of hiding. The four factions become predominant. Folklore, supernatural, fantasy, and mythological. So I think absolutely supernatural creatures nearly extinct. So the supernatural war, this will happen during the Victorian era. This occurs during Victorian cat era, which I actually think from a plot perspective, so let's go to the notes, I actually think that's going to work very well. So Tuxedo, let's see, which cat number is our Victorian cat? So Victorian cat is number 5, which that's going to be actually a very perfect midpoint. So then Victorian cat, that means we start getting to explore the fantasy or the supernatural world. Where'd my plot go?
Honestly, I'm kind of thinking with the Victorian cats because so they're supposed to be an aristocrat.
Mm-hmm.
They might now cats are they're more attuned to the supernatural parts of the world because everyone knows that when a cat stares into space, they're really staring at a ghost. But no, I was thinking with a Victorian cat that they're a cat who they notice things that humans don't, such as vampires among them. That even though the vampires maybe are trying to hide themselves, the cats the scent is different. Maybe
Mhm.
there's a subtle part of their looks that just don't quite match humans. Maybe like their
Mhm.
eyes are red, or they're a little too pale, or like there's an instinctive avoidance that the
Mhm.
cat has of them. You know, something that sets them apart from the humans, even if they look similar.
Yeah, which I really like that. I think that's really good. I think that what's interesting is then the first half of Act 2 lets us explore the real world with the hints of the supernatural elements, and then the back half of Act 2 we get to explore more of the supernatural world. So the stakes start getting worse, which I think will be fun. So I actually really like that.
Also, I
Awesome.
finished the Pharaoh part.
Beautiful. So let's just go catch up real quick. So then where we're at, this is going to bring us technically to chapter 2 then, right?
I will say this, Marcella. I was actually thinking with the Victorian cat, instead of a dramatic Shakespearean character, they are an extremely vain aristocrat who think they are just above everyone simply because they have like more money or something, or because they look better. I like the Shakespearean thing though. We might
Let's
have like
see
a side
for
character for that.
what okay, so you're saying the Victorian cat should be a dramatic Shakespearean character. Yeah, oh, yeah. So I mean, wouldn't if we go Shakespeare, wouldn't Shakespeare work better for our romantic cat? I'm almost
Yeah,
yeah,
but
I'm
I
like I
think
think
I
our
think the
romantic
romantic
cat
cat,
should
the
be
chivalrous
like
cat, is before his time period though.
yeah, what was that?
The chivalrous cat is before his time period though, the medieval times.
Let's go over to character notes.
I always forget
Um
exactly when Shakespeare was, so
I mean Shakespeare is essentially let's go check. Shakespeare time period. Elizabethan and the Jacobean. So 1558 through 1603. Um,
that would be
Victorian time period is 1830s. So Victorian is about a couple hundred years, about two. So this is about 200 years. Victorian period is about 200 years later, which I think then this would work better for chivalrous. Medieval. Let's see, when is medieval time period? When is medieval time period? So 1400 to 1450.
mhm.
Okay, and then Shakespeare was what, 15 to 16?
Yeah, so there's what, about 100 years difference or so?
Yeah, so it's about 100 years difference, but we totally could do the thing where chivalrous cat is kind of like almost before their time a little bit. We could
That
do
is
something.
true.
I say we do that chivalrous cat. We have chivalrous cat be our kind of like romantic Shakespearean-esque. I think that'd actually be really cool. So I think
Plus,
there's a
it
great
seems to fit his character better with him being
Mhm.
kind of like a hopeless, desperate
Trying to reclaim a
romantic.
love who never gets a Shakespeare before his time. Before his time. And I think that'd be really fun. By the way, I just want to call out real quick, Stephanie, glad to have you in the stream. Totally come throw out ideas. We're having a lot of fun here coming up with ideas. Did you use ML's line at all? Hermes says, I am not your exterminator. I was like, that's actually a
No,
good
but
line.
I
We
was
need to
going
use
to
that
use that
sometime.
in chapter 2.
Okay, cool. Because that's a really good line.
You know, I was
Um,
actually thinking like when they like Hermes like first appears back in a Pharaoh's time period,
mhm.
the first thing he says is, "I'm not a damn exterminator."
Yes. All right. Thanks, ML. That's a really good line. Mass Toaster, we were thinking the same thing. Victorian cat is when the supernatural thing becomes more prevalent. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And by the way, Megan, congrats. Finishing chapter 7 of your fanfic. Woo! That's always a huge success. I was thinking Victorian cat was like Scrooge McDuck. What is our wait? What's Victorian cat now? An aristocratic, seek wealth, fortune, and fame. Kind of is a
They
Scrooge
could
McDuck.
be.
He kind of is a Scrooge McDuck. We could play into that because especially like the whole wealth factor of it.
I was kind
Um,
of leaning more towards like vanity, but I mean, we could easily have both. That actually might be kind of funny.
yeah, I mean because so chivalrous is going to be very like hopeless romantic, love, fighting for love, desperate, which means then making Victorian as a polar opposite to desperate would probably play well. Well, because he's going from hopeless romantic to aristocratic loner to our dim ginger, who's like lovable and like love peace. So
Basically,
I think
hippie.
oh man, I almost feel like Victorian cat. Do we? I almost feel like Victorian cat should be one of the few cats that might have some types of kittens. We could play into the Scrooge McDuck thing and do
No, you know
Huey,
what we could
Dewey,
do
and
with
Louie
Victorian
breakfast.
cats? They could
Mhm,
be, because during that time period there were still arranged marriages.
mhm,
Victorian cat could be one of those where like they have a mate and they have kittens, and not because
mhm.
they wanted to, but because it was kind of like part of their status, part of their social status, that they
I
had to
agree.
have that.
I feel like we could totally make a reference and play into the Scrooge McDuck if we want, and play into the Huey, Dewey, Louie type thing. Make them. We could totally play into that. I think that might be kind of funny. But we'll just determine that in Act 2. Those are great ideas. I love that.
But for now, we are on chapter 2.
All right, so let's get back into it. So chapter 2, with where we're at in the plot right now. So he's been saved by Egyptian cat. Now we're going to hop into this going to be another choose your own adventure section as Hermes tries to reclaim the golden scarab for Egyptian cat's honor. All right, and then for those who needed to catch up, so Pharaoh has, well, Soul's writing that intro. Soul, are you going to make the intro of chapter 2 very long?
Not really.
As like, I think it should probably be super short so we can hop back into the choose your own adventure style. Let's see. So I'll read this bit while Soul's writing that. So after Tuxedo left, let's see, so Pharaoh shows up and asks Hermes about the catnip question, regardless of what outcome. Let's see. Hermes watched as she turned away, her gaze flitting about the room. Her head just sways slightly as she moves, her tail held almost stiffly. Who are you? He asked as the catnip numbing effect took hold. Swaying her tail behind her, she regarded him briefly, then met his gaze. My name is Pharaoh. I lived long ago when humans worshipped our kind, and I need your help. Hermes slowly rose to his paws, not looking away from her. What? Humans worshipped us? Pharaoh gave a dainty snort. Of course they did. One of their gods was a cat, you know, Ubast, a black cat with the sun and moon in her eyes. She flicked her tail dismissively. But as for your help, I need you to retrieve something for me. Hermes stared at her before furrowing his brow. I'm not an errand boy. He tilted his head. Retrieve what? Pharaoh chuckled softly. I need you to fetch me a golden scarab. She reached her paw out for him. Hermes blinked, then stated, You want me to catch a bug? You want me? You want me to? I think 2 would be better after that. You want me to catch a bug? He hesitated, then reached forward. The moment he touched her paw, there was a blinding flash, a rush of wind, and the world swirled around him. Perfect. And now
For that moment, I totally got Porky vibes.
I know, I totally did too. I like that actually. I think that's great. Okay. So now we're in chapter 2. Let's see. Hermes landed on the ground with a thump, shaking his head. He stood and glared at Pharaoh. I'm not a damn exterminator. Fog moved around them, obscuring the world. Pharaoh just gave him an amused look and turned away, flicking her tail for him to follow. All right, let's see. Pharaoh just gave him an amused look and turned away, flicking her tail for him to follow. Grumbling under his breath, Hermes stayed close as the fog quickly dissipated. Sand under paw, bright blue sky above. They crested the dune they were on, and he stared at the sight before him. Large pyramids rose in the distance. Alabaster buildings spread out Okay. So I really like what you're doing. So this is really good. This is about to take us into our next choose your own adventure section. Let's see. So essentially, Hermes is going to have to go retrieve this golden scarab. I'm totally all right, guys. So let's think through how we're going to go about this pathing option then. So clearly, so what do you think? They're probably going to be. We're probably going to have Hermes choose which path he's going to want to take to go retrieve the scarab. Then, right?
So first, we need her to explain what the scarab is for and what its significance, what the significance of the scarab is,
Mm-hmm.
and reveal that it's not a bug. It's actually maybe a brooch, maybe a jewel, maybe something that's obviously not a bug.
I know, it's funny. And then let's see, they're going to have to. So then I'll think through then what path. So Hermes is going to have to decide which path and how to save it, on how to go retrieve the scarab then. So have you thought in your mind already of what the path looks like for Hermes to retrieve the scarab yet?
I was thinking that there's two paths. There's the
I
direct
think so
path.
as well.
I
What was
was
that?
thinking there's a very direct path where he encounters a lot of humans. He encounters mainly the first path, the direct path would encounter humans, and he would have to try to talk his way out of it. He would have to try to
So
talk his
more of
way
like
through
a
and actually have
persuasion
to deal with
based path.
humans for the first time in his life. Well,
So
his ninth
persuasion.
life.
Yep.
But then there's the indirect path where he would have to encounter other cats, and possibly even a cat that Pharaoh wanted to take the place of.
Ooh, I kind of like that actually. So a cat path and a human path. I think regardless of what path, I think both paths we should hint at supernatural. We should do like a subtextual of supernatural creatures elements without actually really involving them. Like in the human path, we have maybe a supernatural like vampire pretending to be a human. But since Hermes is a cat, Hermes would probably be able to sniff out, or in the cat period, we should do something that
For
references
that,
the world.
at least for a vampire, we need to see what kind of vampires in the area, because there's different kinds.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be vampire, but I think anything that references
no, my point is just
Mhm.
we need to see what kind of supernatural things were actually located in Egypt in general, or like in northern Africa. We need to make them geologically accurate, because I mean, yeah, this is a game, this is obviously fantasy, but at the same time, having it actually have like real, like actual, point to real myths and legends, I think is a lot. I think actually creates a bigger draw overall, because I know whenever I read a
I'm trying to think of
story,
what supernatural elements would originate from Egypt from that era. I mean, of course, we like know gods. The gods like Anubis, the Egyptian gods are more obvious. Supernatural characters. When I think of Egyptian, the only thing that comes to mind, and that's more from mainstream media, is like genies. Genies is something that comes to mind.
he could actually come across a vase on like the stealth path, but that actually has a genie inside and he can see them.
Oh, I kind of like that actually. That's fun. We could totally play around with the genie. That'd be so much fun. Oh my god, that's
And
great.
like the genie could complain that like because cats can't actually like release him from the bottle, that he's been waiting for a human to do, but he's been there for like 50 years and nobody's even like looked at him.
He's gonna be stuck there for another 50 years, and Hermes doesn't really care.
Hey, that would play into his "I don't care about anything but myself" attitude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that should totally be an option. Yeah, I really like that. Okay, so then we're going to let me go set up the next two paths then while you're working on that.
Okay, so I actually need to see.
So you can keep working. I'm just going to start. I'll jump ahead of here.
Yep. No, I'm just looking at the geography of Egypt real quick to kind of get like an idea of exactly where they are.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's see. Option 1. This will be option A. Hermes goes down. Hermes pursues, or so I think the human path is probably going to something that's geologic. So that'd be something with the temples. I mean, all right. So temples is something that's very obvious. So I'm almost thinking then that something, okay, so then it should involve a temple. The human path should probably be if he chooses to go outside the temple and he ends up interacting with humans to get to the next part. Whereas the cat path would be he sneaks stealthily into the temple. I think that would be the way.
Thank you, Marcella. I always get genies confused on exactly where they're really from.
Genies are more of a Saudi Arabian thing than Egyptian, I think, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, they are kind of a little more of a Middle Eastern thing. I mean, they can appear in Egypt, but I think Egypt might actually be more jinn.
Many Egyptians, yes, jinn. Many genies, also known as jinn, are a part of Egyptian culture. But I mean, I think it also goes in the fact that like genies are probably a part of a lot of different cultures. But I think jinn specifically is the Egyptian phrasing.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what Marcella. I was thinking of. So thanks, Marcella.
Mm-hmm. Jinns are.
Memphis.
Wow, genies or jinn are originally rooted in Mesopotamian legends. That's some of their earlier origins.
Jinn comes from the Arabic word for to hide.
Interesting. Well, I guess that plays well into the stealth option where Hermes is going to try to sneak into the temple to grab the golden scarab. All right, so then we're going to have two options. So Hermes scouts outside of the pyramid. Hermes scouts outside of the pyramid.
Actually, I was thinking we're not going to have him go into a pyramid. I was thinking we'd have him go. The scarab would be located in a temple.
Okay, yeah, I'm totally cool with that.
I mean, I like the pyramid idea, but I feel like something like this, with Pharaoh actually wanting to get it, it would be more likely to be located in a temple or like in the Pharaoh's palace or something.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it would be a lot harder to get it that way. If he's
what
if we encounter humans or cats?
What was that?
If he's going to encounter humans or cats, it probably really would be better for him to be in a temple or a palace, because because in a pyramid it'd be more likely
we should probably give a different setting than a palace, since we were just in quote unquote a palace.
Then we'll go with a temple.
I think temple would be a good way. Hermes scouts outside of the let's see. So Hermes scouts outside of the temple as he confronts humans. Let's see. Hermes sneaks into the temple. Sneaks into the temple as he confronts. We'll just say other Egyptian animals. Then the jinn will be part of this option B, which will have that as a sneaking path.
Also, Penelope, you're not wrong with Bast, but Bast actually had an older name called Ubast, and she was the Egyptian god for the moon and fertility, I believe. Yeah, Bastet or Ubas, depending on where you go. I only know that because I was a kid who was obsessed with the Egyptology book.
Oh, that's all. I mean, I absolutely love that. I think that's great. I'm not as familiar with Egyptian mythology, so I think that's actually really interesting.
Yeah, no, I was a weird kid. I spent like 2 years obsessed with that.
Perfect. So then here's the 2 paths that will end for what you're writing on then, Soul. And then these will be the next 2 paths to create.
I'm trying to find Great Temple.
All right. So I'm just fixing, I'm making this stuff more easily accessible. And there's lunges it's heading
Well, I
to.
just found our location. The Great Temple of Ptah.
You said the Great Temple of what was that?
Ptah, it's Ptah. It was the largest and most important temple of ancient Memphis, which is actually where Pharaoh's story is taking place.
Awesome. I love that. I think that's good.
I love putting history in this kind of stuff, so I will
Me
probably
too.
be doing that with
Me too.
all of these lives.
I agree. I think it's really perfect because it adds to the significance of it and it pulls readers into the story.
Yeah, honestly, I was actually thinking with Victorian Cat, if the placement is right, having them in London.
We could. We totally could if we wanted to go with that. I'd be open to that. All right. So I'm adding these. I'm just subtitling all these so that way they're easier to reach here.
That is not a bad idea. There actually could be a physical representation
Ooh.
of Osiris's feather.
That's a really good idea. I really like that, ML.
I really like that too. I mean, the golden scale, Seth eating the heart that's heavier than the feather. That was one of my favorite stories. It really was. I know it was like morbid for a kid, but I actually had a cat for years. He lived to be 12, and his name was Anubis.
I like that. Let's see. So chapter 2. All right. So I'm just using the headings so that way this is easy to navigate on the left on the sidebar. So I basically like made the chapters heading 1 and then all the decisions are a heading 2. So that way we can hop to each heading if we need to fix things. Perfect. And then this is for you whenever you reach that part. All right. Yeah, so I think I've done it in a way where we can keep writing it. And then once we write the sections, then we can add the page numbers after it. So that way we don't get a chance messing up the flow. Okay, so I feel really good about that. And then we can do this. Here's the 2 options. Let's see. So with where this part that you're going to lead them to, essentially you're going to have Pharaoh describe why Hermes needs to get the bug. And then where have they been ported to? Let's see. Where are they right now?
They are in Memphis, in ancient Egypt, which was home of the Temple of Ptah, who is the patron god of craftsmen.
Okay. Are they in the middle of the city right now? What's the specific
They're on the
location?
outskirts.
Okay, so basically on the outskirts, they can see the city in the distance.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then location-wise, are they basically in the desert? Because I don't know the area. Is the outskirt, is this city surrounded by desert?
Yes.
Cool. So they're basically on the outskirts.
I need to see. Memphis again was, I believe, near the Nile. I need to double check myself though. But where they're actually located is not too terribly far from the city on a dune heading in. But just for the purposes of the game, they're gonna like walk quickly as they talk, and quickly they will start passing like through buildings and stuff. So I'm gonna speed it up.
Okay, so you're gonna end this decision, or they hit this decision when they're at the temple.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the pathing is how they're gonna approach the temple.
Yeah, right, the moment she's in right now is just describing it as she goes, and then the second she's described it and be like, yeah, this is exactly what you're gonna be getting. This is exactly why you need to get it, and this is what you're gonna need to do. That's when Hermes gonna be like, okay, well, I guess I don't really have much of a choice, so I'm gonna go one of these paths.
Okay, I like that. Are we gonna have the temple guarded by a bunch of guards?
No. Well, okay, like technically yes, but for human purposes, they're not going to suspect Hermes.
I think there should be a reason that Hermes would consider sneaking in. That's why I think there should be like visible obstacles for Hermes to say like, okay, well, how do I get inside? Like because there should be a reason that's prohibiting Pharaoh from, why doesn't she just go get the thing herself?
I was actually going to have her explain that she is not allowed in the temple.
Oh, I like
but
that.
She's not going to tell him why until the end of it.
Yes, I like that. I love it. Okay. So she's not allowed in the temple. Okay.
No, that doesn't matter. Right.
ML is like, will they see Elvis? Are we going to get to an Elvis bit at some point? I was like, no clue. Let's see. Let's see. I'll let them watch you since you're writing that. The current story. I'll drop mine. I'm gonna start on the next path. It sounds like you'd probably prefer to take the Hermes sneaking in. You have a preference, or would you prefer them going the outside route? And I'll take the other path.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. You know, for him taking the human path, he could actually make it through. We could actually have it so he makes it through the palace easier, technically. until he gets to the area where the scarab is, and then it's heavily guarded by humans.
Mm-hmm.
But if he takes a sneaky route,
Mm-hmm.
he's going to get to that room without that specific obstacle.
Yeah, so I totally see that. So sneaky path. So basically, this is two sections. The sneaky path, the first part is harder, but the second is easier. Human path, first part is easier, but second part is harder.
Yep.
Cool. Awesome. I agree with that. Did you want to write the sneaky path or the human one?
I'll write the sneaky one.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Because then I can actually create the side characters, and I'm excited for that.
Okay. Awesome. Excellent. All right. So, okay. All right. Do your thing. I'm gonna BRB. All right. Penelope, you're suggesting like, oh, do you know if this helps? But Hermanubis is a syncretic Greco-Egyptian god, dog-headed god of the underworld, and psychopomp. Hermanubis.
Just the name sounds weird.
Which one? Hermanubis.
Yeah.
The syncretic dog-headed god of the underworld. I mean, we could totally do a reference to some type of dog. We could totally do a reference to a dog-headed type god.
I was actually kind of thinking for the human guards, the ones that are actually guarding the room where the scarab is, they could be wearing Anubis mask.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think that's a good idea.
Because, I mean, the room may not be dedicated to Anubis, but that could just simply be like simply a uniform. We don't really know what life was like back then. For all we know, they could have done stuff like that. That maybe guards actually, had headwear not too terribly unlike the pharaohs that signified like where they guarded, what kind of rank they were, things like that.
Okay, I like that. Are you going to end off the right before the choice at the temple?
At the front of the temple, yeah.
Perfect. All right.
Or like at least within sight of it, so when she explains that she can't go there.
Okay, I like that.
How do I always misspell that? I'm trying to make her sound selfless, but in truth, she's really not.
But by the way, I'm looking in the manuscript right now, and Mast, I see you're coming up with some stuff for Ginger Cat, which I absolutely love. I think like we're gonna have a really easy section on Ginger Cat when we get to Ginger Cat's arc. By the way. Oh, and by the way, while Soul's writing this part, for those of you, we were talking about Ginger Cat, and I think we're going to use Ginger Cat as the game over ghost, so to speak. So if we get to a dead end path and it says Hermes dies, we're gonna throw in a clever, brief little paragraph of Hermes Cat being like, "You can't die yet. You still have to find love." Or we'll just do like random bullshit every single time Hermes dies. Like Ginger Cat shows up with like a peace sign and a hippie attire. You can't die yet. You still haven't chased your fields of catnip. And then we'll do a thing of Hermes returns to a section. And I think we're gonna do something funny like that because Ginger Cat's like the perfect ghost for that. Like Ginger Cat is probably one of the more self-aware ghosts. At the same time, he's like incredibly like laxed at the same time. And I think where he's going to be this like almost very, very deeply ironic character. But I know Ginger Cat's arc. I think Ginger Cat is cat number 7, I believe. Let me pull up my character notes. I'm gonna say Ginger Cat is number 6. Yeah, so Ginger Cat is 6. Vegan Cat is 7, 8. So Ginger Cat's technically actually going to be the end of Act 2. So we'll actually probably see Ginger Cat's section next weekend when we start, or next week when we start working on Act 2. All right. Now I'm gonna go. I just wanted to throw that up for you guys because I thought that was funny. All right. So, and I'm leaving it up on your end so that way they can catch up with where you're working on.
Okay. So yeah, right now they're just in the very beginning of the city, and Pharaoh's kind of explaining why she wants the brooch, and she's telling him that the Pharaoh's wife is sad and she wants to cheer her up. No, we're gonna find out that this is actually a ploy to get her back into the palace.
Oh, I love that. And then either option, Hermes is now going to be by himself, right? Because Pharaoh Cat's going to be like, Hermes will be like, well, how do I find you? Pharaoh Cat will be like, don't worry. Some clever Egyptian line, and I'll find you.
Yeah, I was actually going to have her just say that, actually like be really like evasive about it. And him be like, okay, why aren't you going to come in there with me? And she's like, not going to give him a straight answer.
Which I love that.
Yeah, I got to have those funny moments, right?
Let's see. And now this is bringing us to the choose your own adventure for Hermes must reclaim the golden scarab. All right. So, I'm going to work on the Hermes is approaching the temple to confront the humans. I don't think Hermes thinks very highly of humans, by the way. Unless they're children. Unless they're like children. He probably has a fondness. But Hermes, I think, has a very like low what's the word? Not perception, judgment, just low value on how he thinks humans are in general.
Actually, I think he's gonna, because I'm actually thinking he hasn't met humans before because like they're so rare during his time, like his current life, that he attributes adult humans to adult blood elves or adults in general.
Mm-hmm.
And so to him, the species doesn't matter. It's the age.
Of just adults. Actually, I like that. I think that's better.
Plus, that way, it's a little less complicated for both the story and the game in trying to discern, the humans from the orcs, from the vampires, from the elves, and all of that. I could totally see that.
Just was thinking, GC, a junior cat really loves sand elves because he thinks them as kids, even they keep telling him they're not. That's really funny. I actually really like that, Mast. I really like that. Let's see. What was this area called again? The Great Home. This is Memphis, home of the Great Temple of Ptah. Wow, so those are some huge statues. Okay. Let's see. What Egyptian gods do we want to reference? Hermanubis. Penelope mentioned Hermanubis. Let's see. Is this Osiris? Or is this the correct term? Is this Osiris, Anubis type of gods?
These would be the really old ones because Ptah is the god creator, the patron god of craftsmen. There's Ra, the sun god. There's Ubast. There's Anubis.
Ra, the sun god.
Osiris, Seth.
Ra, the sun god. Let's see.
Well, honestly, because I mean, these are cats. We should honestly reference Raw at least once.
Oh yeah, I started with Ra. I'm having etchet paintings on the building. It's on the temple itself, on the exterior. The exterior was adorned with precisely its paintings of the Egyptian god Ra. On the walls near the entrance. Okay. Statues of Anubis. Let's see. What would the weapons have been of this era? Staves? I'm like thinking of what
They
type of
had
weapons
a
they would have.
specific style. They actually had a specific style of weaponry. Not glaives, not magatinas. Damn, I can't remember what they're called. They were always really cool, though.
Egyptian soldiers carried a simple armament consisting of a spear with a copper spirit and a large wooden shield covered by leather hides.
I thought the spears had a special name. I think I was thinking of somewhere else. My bad.
No, I mean you could have been. I went overarching with Egyptian, but it could. I didn't do something deeper.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so I think I have a good setting. He's going to be dealing with these guards.
I want to call this the scarab of something, but I'm not
Okay, I
sure
think that's a
what.
good idea. What do you guys think? Do you guys have a name for this scarab? What should we call the scarab? The scarab of.
So yeah, so Pharaoh has an exact. Pharaoh only said that she wants to get it for the Pharaoh's wife because she's been down. She wants to try to cheer her up. The scarab is golden with 2 rubies for eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It is being stored in the Temple of Ptah. So it's got it. So to be stored in such a place, it would have to have some kind of massive significance. But I cannot think of what. Beyond the fact that this vain cat wants it. Because like the scarab of life, scarab of death, that just seems a little overdone, overplayed, whatever.
The scarab of.
Scarab of fortune, maybe?
Fortune. I thought of fortune as well. The scarab of fortune.
Ooh,
that's interesting.
I
I
like that,
Mary.
Mary.
That's a good idea. The scarab of dreams. Good idea.
I really like that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. They stood motionless and silent.
Yeah, I was also just thinking, and this obviously works for the fortune. This also works for the dreams as well as fortune, but this actually could be a link to the supernatural. It could be magic.
Oh, that's interesting. I like that.
Maybe whoever owns it, or whoever's in close proximity, like it makes their dreams come true or something, or it makes them more powerful, or pharaohs. It could be a divination tool. Because if it's owned by the pharaoh could wear it, which would enhance their dreams, so their dreams could actually warn them. It could like give them advice, warn them of upcoming disasters, things that would help.
Okay. I think that's a good idea.
Plus, I mean, they had like priests and stuff back then who did stuff like that, and it makes sense that the pharaoh would have something, special like that.
Oh man, this is funny. I'm thinking of the options. I'll throw in my page view real fast. So I'm thinking of the options of, all right, so he's confronted. I just have him approaching these 2 guards, and I'm like, all right, well, what's he gonna do? They're basically just 2 guards who are standing motionless with Anubis masks, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go the direct approach. Greetings, men. At ease. I am the descendant of your god. I am the descendant of Ra. Let me pass. That will be option 1. Let's see. Sorry. So this will be the lying option. This will be a comedic option. What's the pharaoh's name? What's the pharaoh cat's name?
So far, her name is just Pharaoh.
All right. Let's see. All right. So I think I've given them dramatic. All right. So in my part, now I don't think I should do an attack on this one. I should do a weird. All right. So I need a weird option. So I'm going to give them weird persuasion. So I'm giving
Weird
Hermes.
persuasion.
So we're doing comedic persuasion. Greetings, men. At ease. I am the descendant. I am Ra. Let me pass. Let me pass. Let me pass, or you shall or you shall be turned into bugs, or else you shall be turned into dung. Dramatic persuasion. Guards, your pharaoh commanded me to inspect these hallowed grounds. Move aside, or else. Weird persuasion. Let's see. What is something? I need to think of something off-putting. What would be something weird that Hermes could say to get their attention? Actually, I'm going to do this differently. comedic persuasion. So Anubis walks into a bar. All right, so I think I've given them 3 different options. All right, so I think I have 3 different sections here. Let's see, I'm trying to think of how I would want each of these sections to go. All right, I'll throw it back up to you, Sil, and I'll come back as I'm determining mine.
All right, and so for people who, okay, so for everyone, what I've done is Hermes ended up asking help from two tabbies laying outside the palace or the temple, and they just like randomly shoved him through a hole, basically. I mean, there's a little more to it than that, but that's essentially what happened. I'm about to do my choices, so.
Awesome. All right, so let's see, I have it set up now. I'm trying to think of how far to take each of these choices.
I need one more exit to the main hall, a vent like hole under the tall shelves, an opening near the top of the wall above the shelves. Okay. So let's see. Did you do yours? So I'm going to copy these real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
All right.
Okay, so let's see if the comic.
All right.
I'm going to change that.
So I did the first one relatively quickly. All right. I think I'm creating two options that don't really do anything, and then only one option, which is going to move them forward this time.
That works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm trying to think of what's going to make this part funny.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, he was in a kind of like a storage room. He's gone through a narrow doorway, which would be like where servants come through.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone down the hallway. He's gotten a little dizzy because of all the twists and turns.
Mm-hmm.
Comes into a wide room and ducks behind a sheet. Something funny is gonna have to happen here.
When he ducks behind the sheets.
Either ducking behind the sheet or just being in this room in general.
What type of room is it? You said it's just a white room.
It's just described as a wide room.
Okay.
So right now there's no description for the room yet. So we don't know what it is.
Okay. Let's see. What do you guys think here in the comments? So I think maybe playing into maybe some type of ghost-like joke, or maybe something that's a situational humor.
Honestly, I'd like to go with the situational humor, considering the territory.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that would work better. I mean, the ghost thing is not bad, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like it fits per se. Not with the temple.
Yeah. Yeah, I think something situational is probably the way to go with this. Let's see, probably something that's playing on maybe something that's a Hermes, something that plays into Hermes, something that plays into the Egyptian. Let's see, something Hermes, or you could have it be you could play into a supernatural element. Let's see. He could run into something that's mummy related, or something with wrappings that they would use for pharaohs. Something. Let's see. Or if it's a temple, he could run into and he could break stuff.
Yeah, like, mummy's dressing room.
It could be a mummy under the sheet. Yeah, you could do something like that. You could do something under the sheet.
In the Temple of Ptah, though, would they really be embalming mummies, though?
I'm not sure. I actually don't know what happens in the Temple of Ptah. That's probably a good.
Considering the patron god is craftsman and the creator god, I don't think they'd have something like that within this kind of temple. I think him knocking things over would probably make a little more sense.
Mm-hmm.
The mummy's dressing room isn't bad, but I feel like, and plus, I don't think that's more of a comedy thing anyway. I feel like that would be dark.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, like, the whole process.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, it's been years since I've read about that, and it still creeps me out sometimes.
I'm trying to think of what. Yeah, I think I'm just not sure what would be inside the Temple of Ptah. It looks like it's basically so many different descriptions. It looks like it's like a huge temple. Yeah, probably knocking things over then, I think, would be the way to go. Maybe knocking over replicas, or it looks like there's a lot of statues.
Considering this is a servants area.
Mm-hmm. He could he could knock over things that servants are doing, if servants are doing things for
I was thinking
some type of
like
preparation.
pots, jars, bowls, cups.
Like a backstage type area. Yeah, I mean, especially if it's a servant area, that could play, that could work into it.
I like the dressing room idea, but I feel like there's not as much room for stuff breaking.
I mean, there could be if servants are preparing things.
That is true.
Yeah,
That is
because I
very
think if you
true.
use like a backstage with a servant, like a servant dressing, we say dressing, not necessarily dressing clothing, but like a dressing, like the other type of dressing room.
Yeah, I guess when I think dressing room, my first thought is like theater and movies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not as familiar with that kind of stuff, so
Dressing
I,
room.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
but I mean,
that.
just yeah, I totally see what you're saying. It could also be a use for like preparing stuff. So I mean, it's just that's more just a word choice.
A
But
preparation room then.
mhm. Yeah, I think I would play into that. I'd play into some type of preparation room. Maybe this is the room where they store all the all the artifacts before putting them on display, or putting them on display for their pharaoh.
Reckoning of learning and writing. So the inventor of writing, creator of languages, the scribe, interpreter, and the advisor of the gods.
Should we have an event be that the pharaoh is supposed to be visiting?
I'm going with this idea, by the way.
Perfume bottles.
Thank you, Mary. I don't think so. Not that Pharaoh wouldn't visit this kind of area, but maybe the head of the guards would hear that there's someone new in the temple and decides just to come check it out himself, make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, I'll play more into the guards aspect of it.
And that would be in like trying to escape from the head guard while having the scarab in the end would be when Pirate Cat shows up and steals the scarab and ends up like disappearing into like a portal or something, and that's when Hermes encounters the Pirate Cat.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think
It's
that's
like
the way
escape
to.
in the middle of the chaos.
Yeah, so both of our paths could converge into some type of chaos then.
But my path's already going into chaos, so
yeah, my path is. I mean, yeah, I think the only way he's going. I think the only way he gets in is probably going to have to be create some type of distraction. I'm like, essentially, these guards aren't just going to let a random cat in. Even his BS answers, I don't think are going to work.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, Mary. With perfume and wrappings, he could disguise himself. Do some type of disguise. You could do that as an option. Especially if he's going the sneaky route.
Yeah, but he'd stand out even more, though. Or at least with the wrappings. Maybe grabbing some perfume to, like, serve as a distraction later. I mean, he could always have temporary items.
He could. I mean, or if he takes anything that he tries to balance on himself, like that would make him blend in of like he's there to bring somebody something. Because technically they would view him as a servant. So why would a cat be wandering around if he's bringing something? We could have him grab stuff with his tail and hold on to it.
Also, ML, the god that we're talking about with this temple is Ptah, the creation god. We are not talking about Thoth. Ra was mentioned. So there's another choice here, but it is a choice that just, it doesn't matter. Some kind of incantation.
Mm-hmm. You said that it's the god of Ptah?
Yes.
Yeah. We're referencing Ra as well. I've referenced Ra as well. Ra's the more notable one, but this specific temple is for the god of Ptah.
All right, so there is going to be a very minor choice of taking a bottle of perfume or not, which he can use later somehow. But this choice is like literally a yes or no, and if you do that, well, it doesn't matter. It's still gonna lead to like the next part. So I'm just gonna leave it like as it is. Real quick, how did you?
Oh man.
This is not a bad idea, but that falls into the realm of sleeping potion. If he's going to spray somebody in the face with perfume, no, they're either going to be sneezing a crap ton, or he could also throw the bottle as a distraction.
Yeah, that would work too.
This
Actually,
not a bad idea. Maybe we could use that in one of the other lives.
Spray a perfume. Well, he could pick up a pick up a perfume bottle. I mean, with perfume bottles. So wait, so right now, is he's taking a bottle? Yes or no? Obtain a bottle of perfume. He goes and races through the hall. No, he ignores the bottle. Can we do another option to pick up like more than one type of perfume bottle?
No, just for the ease of coding, there's only one type of. There's only going to be one bottle.
Okay.
As much as I would love to do more, this is not a 3D game where I can create like 3 models.
Oh gosh, so is it always a binary choice generally?
Okay, so technically it does not have to be, but for the sake of time, I am trying to make at least minor choices like this binary so that I'm not having to write too much.
That totally makes sense. Since I don't know, I don't understand the coding at all. That's understandable.
Let's just say the more items there are, the more I'm gonna have to type in the code alone. And I'd like to actually finish this game before the end of November.
I know, and which is why I think it's probably important for each section / chapter to list out specifically which items are being introduced. I agree. Yeah, I think I'm definitely doing a little character development in my section.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that's one thing I think is going to be really confusing about this is it's both a book and a game. Because for just a choose your own adventure book, we really couldn't have items. But for a choose your own adventure game, I could go a hell of a lot more complicated than what we've done already, but I'm not going to. Just for the sake of coding. If we weren't doing this on a time limit, yeah, I probably
exactly right.
Hell, if we didn't have a time limit, my God, I'd be going all out with this.
I know. I think this is a really good trial run as we're working on putting this story together. I completely agree. We're on the same time limit as everybody else in NaNoWriMo.
Okay, so let's see. For a dramatic moment, what could be happening in this hole? Because he's climbed to the top of the shelves, into a broken hole, into kind of like a narrow attic-like space. This is going to be a dead path. Well, not like dead, but it's going to have to actually turn around and go back kind of path.
I know we haven't done any dead paths actually. We should probably put a dead path in the chaos, in the ensuing
Oh, yeah.
chaos.
No, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I think these first choices should not be dead paths if we can keep from it. They should be just, well, you know, the funny, the dramatic, and the weird or dark. But then in like the really chaotic moments at like the end of this life, yeah, no, we need to have at least one dead path. You know, there should be a dead path, there should be a turnaround path, and then there should be a forward path. Have one
Agreed.
of each. And there is my turnaround.
Nice.
All right, so I am having this as a dark path more than weird.
Ooh, I like that. I think that'll be really fun.
Hmm.
Ooh, you're doing a dark path.
Yes.
Awesome. I'm having a lot of fun writing this path, though, by the way. I'm like, it's interesting because I've never written a choose your own adventure style before, thinking through it like different options and different pathing. And I'm so used to playing this from the player side. I'm like, interesting.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is. I really like it.
And this is why I want to do this for a living, because it is just as much fun writing this as it is playing it. Also, this is not a dead path, but this is also not going to be a turnaround because it is not possible to turn around.
Okay.
Basically, he just slides down a chute.
Nice.
Trying to figure out how to make this like dark though.
Let's see.
In an Egyptian temple for the creation god.
I came up with my weird path is the weird persuasion. Greetings, man at ease. I am from the future. Let me pass, or you should be turned into dung. I feel like that's pretty weird. I think he's just going to try to blurt this out.
Honestly, my first thought is he's just bullshitting his way through.
This path is definitely not going to work. I kind of thought about it, and I think the path that they respond to is the one that's strength. Like the one where he's like direct is the one that they actually respond to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I wanted to be funny. We'll see if I'm able to pull it off or not.
Oh, I went to ChatGPT to get an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I really like, a forbidden ritual to trap souls in stone.
Ooh, I like that. I really like that. Yeah, I think playing into the soul element would actually be really cool. Wait for what exactly?
For my dark path, crawl through the vent. So like right now the path is leveling out, and he's gonna come into like this room.
Have we determined why the pharaoh cat wants the scarab? What if they want the scarab because the scarab's designed to like trap a soul, to trap Hermes' soul?
Well, the scarab is called the Scarab of Dreams.
Sure. So trap Hermes in a dream state. Because once again, we think the Pharaoh cat is good, but really the Pharaoh, I mean, technically they're probably all bad. I think the only cat who's probably like really like purely good is probably Ginger Cat. But I think
And
every
the
other
kitten,
cat
we
probably.
can't forget the kitten.
The kitten's gonna be the most evil. The kitten has to be like the most like diabolically evil. We have to make the kitten like diabolic.
For some reason,
yeah.
what came to mind was Yzma in The Emperor's New Groove when she got turned into a cat.
Yes. That's exactly. Yep, that is exactly that. Our adorable kitten has to be like the cutest and the most diabolical of all of them. Probably short of probably even more diabolical than Tuxedo, but like nobody really takes the kitten seriously because the kitten's adorable.
So like people do with kids. And
exactly.
so much makes it all the more terrifying.
Exactly. And
also, Mary,
like,
you've got a point.
Dreams. Yep. Yeah. So I think that's what we plan to. I think we make the scarab some type of like nightmare. And I think it's something that if you touch it, it basically like it probably traps you in a nightmare. So then whenever Pirate Cat takes it, Pirate Cat probably like swipes it in a bag or something like that.
And the only reason that the Pharaoh cat isn't affected is because to her, she's already living in a nightmare where she's not the main cat to the Pharaoh.
Exactly. And then we can play into that of then we just kind of have to think through why Pirate Cat would take it. Well,
Pirate Cat can take it because it's made of gold and it's shiny.
But I think each cat either wants revenge over Hermes or they want to be the one to overcome Hermes themselves. And I mean, each cat is going to have a different motivation, but they're all working against Hermes. The question is why? What are each of their individual motivations? I think Pharaoh's cat motivation is a little clearer now, because if Hermes is out of the picture, Pharaoh cat once again gets to be the main character. We could totally go meta. You totally go meta. Pharaoh cat being like, now I can be the main character with you out of the way.
We could also have a cat that's jealous of his life.
We could.
I mean, he's living in a palace with blood elves.
Mm-hmm. We could. So that cat would probably have to be closer to one of the ones in the current, because jealousy would be a good strong motivator. Should probably be cats 5 through 8. One of the cats 5 through.
The vegan. The vegan could be jealous.
Yeah, because Hermes can eat whatever he wants, and Hermes, the vegan can't have catnip.
Oh my god.
The vegan can't have catnip. So Hermes' addiction for catnip started after vegan cat.
I could totally see that.
I think that's funny. Oh my god. Which means that actually I think that's funny. We would have to explain the catnip with Tuxedo Cat, but that's hilarious. I'm gonna add that to the character notes. Kindness kitten, adorable, and completely diabolical.
I just thought of something with the kindness kitten.
Mm-hmm.
The death of their human, the kid.
Mm-hmm.
It could simply be that they're a life driven to madness by grief.
Wait, for which one?
The kindness kitten. So
yep. So the kindness kitten is probably actually like crazy. They don't seem crazy at first glance, but they're actually probably like
it's the one cat that's being mad with grief. You never. Yeah. It's so difficult to tell when people are actually.
Yep. Grief drove them to madness. I love that. Grief drove them to madness.
It's incredibly sad and dark, but I feel like so.
I know. I love it. It's so like we'll be able to make the kindness kitten very like emotionally heartfelt, which is good. Which I mean, technically, kindness kitten is going to start off Act 2, which means we could play around with whatever direction we want to take that in. because Act 2, beginning of it, goes from kindness kitten to chivalrous kitten to chivalrous cat to Victorian to ginger. And I think each of them are kind of different emotions, so it's going to be a nice emotional range between those 4 cats in Act 2, actually. Yeah, and I actually like that vegan cat. We go jealousy. Vegan cat. Jealousy.
Yeah, he's a really good actor.
Oh man, Hermes' weird persuasion didn't work out so well. Oh man, that was fun. All right.
So I have my choices done. They weren't that long.
Yeah.
I
So
started
okay.
the
So
next
I
part.
I had 3 persuasions. Yeah, you can continue on the next part. So this is where I'm at. So I have 3 persuasion options. I've written out the thing for each persuasion. And then one of the persuasions leads to another 3-bit section. But I'm going to create, this is going to be short for each of these ones. And one of these is going to lead to him getting inside the temple. I think regardless, he's going to enter the temple in being chased by guards. Yeah, because since he tried to go the persuasion option, he's going to be chased by guards regardless of which option he goes in. So you can probably start on the chaos option, but I think regardless, like this option, he's being chased by guards.
Also, I'd check out the Hermes finds a way inside, and then I'll kind of give you like it's at the very bottom. It'll give you like an idea of like what's going to happen after he's being chased.
Is all right. Let's see. For yours, is snakes. Oh, so something I would do. Is this dramatic path enter for each of these ones? Put them at heading 2.
Heading 2.
Yeah, so do heading 2 for each of them, and then I make it heading 2, and then I just bold them and I turn them into 20. But then that way they'll show up as paths here. So then we can just hop to each path.
All right, there's one.
And then it'll make it easier to connect the page count after we finish writing them. What? Having fun. Finds a catwalk and walks. Oh, that's actually really funny. All right. So you said check out the end of the Hermes snakes in the temple.
Yes.
All right. And then the end of my persuasion path, will it connect to the beginning of the temple sneaking? Or will it connect to after? Because we could totally go either way. Probably connect towards after.
Yeah.
I mean, or it could connect to one of Hermes enter the narrow door after a moment, climbing the shelves, crouching so he stood on all four paws. Let's see. Take a bottle. There's a shout. Actually, I could connect it to the comedic path.
Okay.
I think Hermes entered the narrow doorway. Okay, yeah. So I think what I'll do is I'll connect it to the comedic. Go back to page because dramatic is a turnaround option. Dark path is a. Are you going to have them forward it after the dark path, or is this a what type? How's this going to end?
Oh, so
It looks
right
like
now I'm just writing the connecting line for these two. So the comedic path and this path are going to have the same ending, the same couple of paragraphs ending. I'm just connecting it right now. And then it starts
Okay.
with the Hermes finds a way inside.
Okay. Let me think. I can connect them to the comedic path or the dark path? Or I could just connect. I mean, I could do either or. Crouching so he stood on
Probably better to connect them to the comedic path. Because the dark path will be the room under the temple.
What was that? The dark path, crouching, his belly almost touching.
So yeah, it's a room that's under the temple. So unless you have him going under the temple,
I can give him the option so it connects to either of them. So that way he can go the comedic path to enter a doorway, or he sees a vent.
That's true.
I'll do that. So then it gives more interconnectedness. Okay.
And now mine are connected.
I hear Crow. Is that Crow?
How can you hear him? My door is shut.
I must probably because I got the right catitude for this.
But yeah, my husband's just left the bathroom, and I guess Crow's demanding love from him.
Oh my god, I love what ML said. ML's laughing over. ML's like beams them up to the mothership. We could totally do this as a dead path of like a dead option.
That'd have to be like in a later life though.
Yeah, because then aliens, yeah, Egyptians a little too.
Okay, technically, if you go by historical records, apparently they encountered aliens.
We could totally do that as a dead path. ML, if you ever wanted to write a section, you could totally do him getting beamed up by aliens as a dead path.
That would be funny. That really would.
Oh my god, that's absolutely hilarious. Let's see.
To make this a little shorter, after he gets the scarab, he could just head back out to Pharaoh, and when he tries to give it to her, that's when the Viking cat swings by.
Yeah, when he
Because otherwise,
grabs
I feel
it.
like it's going to get a little too long.
With how so?
Well, I mean, if we have him do any more choices, it's gonna create more length.
Yeah. I think the moment he grabs the scarecrow, he basically gets pulled outside. I mean, or you could just say that he sneaks back out.
Actually, no, you actually got a good point there.
I think like the second he grabbed. Well, I mean, okay. So
I
technically,
got an idea. Let me write this, and then you'll see it.
okay.
Because
So it's like
I think I have a good idea.
He probably shouldn't touch the scarab.
She didn't warn him not to.
You're right. I mean, technically, like if he gets trapped in some type of dream state. The whole pirate thing happens in his mind. He gets trapped in a dream, within a dream.
That could be the trigger.
That could be it.
Somehow, because of what just happened, he's afraid that he's going to get pulled by another strange cat.
Mm-hmm.
So he just thinks it's a dream at first, and the pirate cat comes bursting in and steals the scarab.
Mm-hmm.
So he could just be passing that off as a nightmare. Well,
wait, one
so
more.
No. So it would. So he would. So he's with the scarab of dreams, activating nightmares. The second he touches it, pirate cat appears because right at this moment.
I didn't even know that I said scarecrow, did I?
Yes, you did. I think you meant to say scarab, but it turned into scarecrow.
Hey guys, we're bringing the scarecrow in. I'm bringing in the cameo. There's going to be an Easter egg. There'll be a scarecrow egg.
But no, like his current dream would be, okay, so if he doesn't get this scarab back to Pharaoh, he's afraid another cat is going to come in and do this again, have him help them when he just wants to get home and figure out, what's going on with the Tuxedo cat.
Okay.
But because of his curse or whatever it is, it's not really a nightmare. It's amplified into, it's actually working into the whole curse thing, but playing off as like the curse of the scarab itself. Or something along those lines.
Okay. I think there just has to be a way that he doesn't touch it. That's more that than anything else. So that way we don't have to worry about him getting pulled into a nightmare.
That's true.
I think it's just that.
Give me a moment.
Or maybe Pharaoh Cat can actually go and maybe Pharaoh Cat can go inside. But really, like if Pharaoh Cat's basically luring, Pharaoh Cat maybe probably made up the whole thing that she's not allowed inside. So that way Hermes would touch the scarab. So the moment he's like reaching for it, she appears. I'm trying to think. Or maybe she shows up when he's getting close to it. So then we can have that. Then we have that interaction happen as he's going to grab it, and then right before he does, Viking Cat swings through and come and does it. I think that would be the way. All right. I feel like we're making really great progress, by the way. Let's see.
Yeah, because I'm almost done.
Yeah, I am too.
Like, I'm actually like just now introducing the pirate cat.
Awesome. I have 1.5 parts left to finish.
Also, the way I'm describing Pirate Cat, he's in terms of his weapon, it's basically Puss in Boots.
Yeah. I'm.
He
That's
wears-
kind of like the. That's kind of yep. I feel like he should come in like swinging from like some type of like rope or something like that.
How I have him come in is literally he just like takes a wild leap into the room and just lands completely unfazed.
Yep. Cool.
And only because like there's not because the way the room is laid out, there's no way to come in swinging from a rope. like the idea of the tapestry, but there is no tapestry in this room. But I may
know,
do that with another cat.
Okay.
That is a good idea, though, so thank you. And yeah, that is definitely very dramatic.
It made these like failed options pretty entertaining. It made these failed options really entertaining. And I made the one that's like the one that goes forward the least likely of the options.
And I am done with my part.
I'm almost done. If you want, while I'm wrapping up my part, if you want, you can show them the game footage.
So give me 1 second here.
Let's see. I'm almost done. Let's see. So you guys know, well, I'm wrapping up the last section of my path. Soul actually is going to show you guys a test of the game that Soul's been putting together. So you'll actually get to see the beginning of it, which is super, super cool.
And I will be, and so it's a live playthrough, and I will be reading it for anyone who doesn't want to look at the screen while I'm doing it.
Yeah, which is going to be very, very fun. And then after that, what we'll do is we'll wrap up and we'll tell you how you can be involved for next week.
And just keep in mind, this is barely a first draft. There will be more added to this, like to update like the descriptions of the cast and stuff as time goes on. Let me get it. All right. Jared, do you think I need to zoom in?
Yeah, probably a little bit. I'm going to finish writing the section. I'll let you do your thing.
All right. So right now, in Eclipse Studios present Hermes the Cat versus his past 8 lives. Hermes the Cat is on his last life. He wants to be left alone to sip milk martinis and enjoy his catnip. Unfortunately, his past lives have other plans. When the ghosts of his past selves show up to haunt him, something much more sinister is in play. As Hermes is chased by his worst self, the Tuxedo, through a supernatural world full of folklore, supernatural, fantasy, and mythological creatures, he must survive if he wants to get through his last life in one piece. And click Start here. The beach was quiet, the sky painted in streaks of salmon, tuna, and cream. A field of catnip swayed nearby, the musky, minty scent permeating the air heavily in the most pleasant way. Hermes sighed, reclining back in his seat, and gazed out over the sea of crystal blue before him, waves breaking upon the pebbled shore in waves of frothy white. Holding a wine glass in his paw, Hermes took a sip, running his tongue over his jaws in appreciation. "What's better than milk?" he commented idly, his eyes narrowed in contentment. He scanned the sky, loving the sweet-scented breeze, the gently scudded clouds of varying hues, and the balmy air. Draining his glass in one gulp, he got to his paws and stretched, kinking his white-ringed tail over his back and pressing his chest to the ground as he arched his back, his black fur smoothing out along his back. Yeah, I will change that. Straightening up, he dipped his glass into the waters. The moment the glass was full, the water turned to milk. Sniffing appreciatively, he settled back into his chair. Sipping his milk slowly, Hermes sinks back to his reflection in the water. Black fur matted from lack of grooming, graying whiskers, aged eyes, and a white scar across his left eye. He was a sight to see, his appearance a testament to the life he had lived. I think my program changed the spelling on some of this. This is not what I wrote. Setting the glass down on the ground, he reclined back, paws behind his head. I wonder what it would be like to just leap into the sea of milk and stay there. Live in milk the rest of my days. His thoughts turned darker until a strange scent touched his nose, making his whiskers twitch. After a moment of thought, he bolted up. My catnip! The smell of his favorite treat, the only thing he loved more than life itself, drove him over the crest of the beach's edge. He had noticed the scent before, but the strength of it had increased, and he could no longer resist its siren's call. Bounding over the rocks on all fours, he pounded up the slope towards a swaying field, bursting through the thick bushes surrounding the area and flinging himself into the sweet stems. Before he can land, however, a sharp pain arches through his stomach, making him stumble. With a groan, Hermes rose to his paws, automatically holding a paw over his stomach. Beneath him, clumps of catnip were crushed, their juices fading, the scent dissipating with each passing second. Glancing at his stomach, Hermes blinked in confusion when he saw there was no wound. Had I eaten something bad? Was there something wrong with the milk? Maybe I ran over a branch. His thoughts swirled, spiraling deeper and deeper until a voice called out, "Hey, Hermes!" Hermes jerked his head around, momentarily forgetting about the pain echoing through his stomach, and froze. Squinting, he peered at the faint outline of someone in the distance. How fermented was that milk, he muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he rubbed a paw across his face, then looked at the shape again. He was definitely seeing someone. They pranced around on all fours before rising to their paws. "Hey, whiskered washout," they called. Hermes bristled, taking a few steps forward, now recognizing the figure as a black and white cat. A tuxedo, he thought. A washout, huh? That's rich, coming from a half-pint furball. He retorted hotly, his tail lashing, stepping closer. After a moment, he realized he could see through them. Shaking his head, he pushed away the unease making his pelt bristle. The tuxedo cackled loudly. "Whatever you say, Scarface." Hermes stopped a few feet away, now clearly able to see the sneer on the other cat's face. He leaned back, dramatically placing a paw over his chest. "Oh, that cuts me deep, Foxface," he said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. The cat grinned, his eyes glinting strangely. "You know," his gaze flicked over the stalks of catnip around them. "Who needs this catnip?" With a huff, flames sprouted along the catnip. Hermes' eyes widened in alarm, then he unshut his claws, eyes blazing with anger. "That's the last nip out of you." Landing on all fours, Hermes tore after the cat, his paws hardly touching the ground. The tuxedo laughed and leapt ahead of him, not seeming to touch the ground at all. He let out a cruel-sounding laugh. Hermes yelped, his stride broken momentarily as sharp pain sliced through his stomach. Hissing, he dug his claws into the ground and dove between the stalks of catnip, attempting to salvage as much of the precious herb as he could. Ahead of him, the tuxedo laughed madly, each touch of his paw sending up more flames, destroying more and more catnip. As the flames rose, the scent of burning catnip grew from pleasant to strong to overwhelming. It was tragic. You're paying for this nip, Foxheart, Hermes raged, his eyes narrowed against the smoke. Guess your dreams have gone up in smoke, the Tux taunted, his tail waving wildly as he ran. He skidded to a stop, rising to his paws, and appeared to solidify. A wide grin crossed his face, his eyes glittering with malice. Letting out a deep growl, Hermes raced forward, but then slammed his paws into the ground as he broke from the remains of the catnip, his eyes fixed on the previously unseen edge just behind the Tuxedo. But it was too late. Hermes skidded forward, his momentum carrying him crashing through the Tuxedo over the edge of the cliff. He fell into a freefall, plummeting through the strangely empty air, the cliff already having vanished from sight. Clutching his gut, which screamed in pain, he couldn't react in time before he fell through a cloud of yarn. The strands tangled around him, looping around his paws or tail before he fell further, unable to grip any to stop himself. Bursting through the bottom of the cloud and into a heavy fog, he blinked as strange apparitions appeared at the edges of his vision. A beautiful silver cat with black spots and stripes, wearing a golden headdress, cocked her head. Beside them, a fluffy dark gray tabby wearing a horned helmet and a missing left eye grinned. He fell into another cloud of yarn, the strings darker, pulling at him harder. The pain in his stomach increased, making him screech aloud. More figures appeared from the corner of his vision. A small kitten, their white fur a stark contrast to the giant red bow around their neck, gave him a sympathetic look. Beside them, a handsome russet brown cat with a wilted rose between their teeth had a worried look on their face. Just behind them floated a petite calico wearing a top hat and holding a silver hand mirror, the disdain on their face palpable. The pain in his gut exploded, making him gasp in pain. His vision wavered and spun, but he didn't miss the next figures as they floated past. A fat ginger tabby, a soft look on his face, held a broken laser pointer in his paws, a sad look etched on his face. Next to him, a young white and brown patched kitten with a skeletal appearance and an oversized collar stared. With a pained groan as the pain in his stomach increased, Hermes closed his eyes and the world fell into nothingness. Chapter 1. Hermes woke with a loud gasp, the sound loud in the room. Opening his eyes, his breath froze in his chest as two eyes, one orange and one sickly yellow, met his. The anger, no, the hatred that burned there shocked him into silence. The Tuxedo Cat's grin stretched wide, showing a mouthful of broken and rotten teeth, as he met Hermes' gaze. A fresh stab of pain made him hiss, and he looked to see the Tuxedo Cat's claws sunk deep into his belly. Glaring, he spat, "You're gonna pay for this." The Tuxedo leaned down, his voice a rumbling purr in his ear. "Shh, it'll be over soon, I promise." He ran his free paw over Hermes' side lightly. "Consider this payback for the furball comment," he added, his voice lowering to a snarl as he rose his paw into the air, unsheathing his claws. "Screw your claws," Hermes hissed. "You destroyed my catnip, penguin." With that, he kicked out strongly, sending the Tuxedo flying back. The Tuxedo landed lightly on all fours, his face calm and measured, though a cruel glint showed in his eyes. Standing, Hermes clutched his stomach. He shot a disdainful look at his bed, noting the blood coating it. Well, that's just great. But hey, maybe it'll be an upgrade to the elves. Blood coursing down his stomach, coating his fur and pooling on the floor. Looking around, he was surprised there were no blood elves around. The royals must have left the palace for the day, he mused. The Tuxedo growled, his narrow gaze fixed on Hermes. "Time to pay the piper, fleabag." One hand on his stomach, Hermes scanned the area quickly for options. And that is what I have so far. Clearly there will be edits. But some of that, I swear to God, was not me. I did not write that badly at the beginning.
All right. Perfect. I finished this path. Awesome. And I think they're all connected now. Perfect. I was listening partially to the game. I'm going to check it out again offline, but how did it go?
I have a lot of edits to make. Apparently my keyboard kept adding in I must have kept adding extra characters. Sometimes I do that with this keyboard. I hit the next button. But some of those edits, I think my program changed it, so I'm definitely going to be going through and tearing the crap out of it. And as obviously as time goes on, I will update the description for the characters because there's more to add to the to Pharaoh and to Pirate, as he's being called right now.
In the game right now, because since like we've added more into it.
Yep.
That totally makes sense.
And thank you, ML.
Let's see. I'm literally, just give me 1 second. I'm just connecting your paths that you've done now.
Yeah, no, please check them in case I missed something.
Let's see. This is the dramatic path. So you have the comedic path, and the dramatic path is 50.
I'll say this, Marcella. I adore immersive games. I honestly have a hard time playing non-immersive games anymore. Ever since Skyrim first came out and I found the mods, I have just really wanted immersive stuff. And when I really started getting into choose your own adventure games through choice of games and hosted games, even more so. I could not stand to play the non-immersive stuff. And I really want people to actually feel like they're in this game the same way I want people to feel like they're in my stories. So this is definitely being written in my own style. Anybody who adds a path, like I've said before, I'll try to keep it in as much as your style as possible, but it will definitely bleed into mine, and you will hopefully feel like you're actually playing as Hermes.
Which I think is absolutely awesome.
I have no words for how glad I am that you're having me help with this, because this is just so awesome.
I know, right? Like these things are literally so much fun.
It's giving me a lot. It's giving me a lot of practice, giving me a lot of experience, and well, it's actually nice seeing people interested in stuff that I've written. Whether it's by myself or with others, it doesn't matter. The fact is, it's something I've written that people actually seem to be interested in, and that just feels awesome. And having like the entire community help out with this just makes this entire thing better.
It really does. I feel like what I'm really enjoying is getting all the different ideas from everybody, especially as like we're writing it. And like so many of you guys have given such incredible ideas throughout this.
Yes.
Like I feel like this story is 10 times better because of all the ideas that you guys have all shouted out for us. All right. And then now I have to connect. So your comedic and dark path are what continue the story. So Hermes finds a way inside. That's where it continues, right?
Yes.
All right. Hermes finds a way inside.
Yeah, as I continue writing, there will be more details, there will be more edits, there will be more descriptions.
Yeah,
and
I think what I'm going to have to do is we're going to have to use some type of marker, whether it's a symbol or whether it's just saying path or story, because they're all their own paths now, which is great, right? So each of these subheadings are its own path, but because we're going to end up creating so many different paths, and this is only chapter 2, we're just going to have to make it each of them stand out on the sidebar there, right? So like you guys can see what I'm doing, right, as I'm basically here, right? So you guys can see on the sidebar, we have the main chapter, and then all of these are paths. So these are 3, 6 paths. And then on chapter 2, all of these are paths. I think so. That should not be. Sometimes it gets kind of weird.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, I was like, I need to make sure I didn't mess it up. All right, so I think I've got it. We're in the sneaking temple path now. Got these ones connected, comedic path. And then I just need to put which one these paths go to, which is technically Hermes finds a way inside, so it's 53. Go to page 53, and then go to page. Yeah, it's funny. I'm so used to reading books that I said turn to page 48. It's compared to go to page. Well, we'll fix that in post.
Hey, either way, either one actually works if you think about it.
I mean, yeah, they do. They both do work. Let's see, but I think that's all connected now. So for anyone who ends up hopping into it, technically, right. So we have Act 1. Let's see, and then we have the title, the prologue, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and I think that's all. Hermes finds a way inside. And this essentially ends Chapter 2. Snarling, Hermes wrapped his paws over his ears. That's not yours. With a roar, he raced for the hole and jumped in the swirling, wide and gray vortex just as it closed. And then this will let us end off on Chapter 3, which should be a heading. And perfect. All right. So then that essentially gives us these 3 chapters. Okay. So I feel like we made some incredible progress, right? And now I was like, obviously we were hoping to get through all of Act 1 with both of the cats. But clearly, we had a lot more to write. So we'll have to finish up and we'll continue on to Act 2 next week. But Soul, how many words do you think we have so far? Because
I'm not really
I think
sure.
we were on page 20 or 18 when we started today. I think we're about page 20 of this. And now we're almost at page 60. So, all right, guys, so we have 2 things to wrap up. So first off, how many words do you guys think that we got? I'm going to check in just a second. Now, before we do that, we are also going to have to check into our title. So drop your guesses in the chat. How many words do you guys think we got today? I would love to hear your guesses. But now, as I check into the title, it looks like, wow, we have a very clear winner. All of the other ones tied. That's actually really interesting. But the one that came out ahead for our story is the God's favorite cat toy. So the God's favorite cat toy was the clear winner. Let me take a screenshot. All right, the God's favorite cat toy. So that's going to be our title for our story. The God's favorite cat toy. And then and let's see, we'll just do that. And then a Hermes the cat story. Hermes the cat tail. Let's say that will be subtitling. Perfect. There we go. And I think that's how you do it. So the God's favorite cat toy, a Hermes the cat tail. Or we could do story. I think tail is kind of works better though. A Hermes the cat tail. I think that's perfect. So I'm like, yeah, you guys can't see that. All right. So the God's favorite cat toy, a Hermes the cat tail. Perfect. I think that was a great decision from you guys. Very, very good. Now let's see for our word count. Let's see what we got. And drum roll. So our official word count is 6,740 words. So we crossed 6,000, which means that today we got roughly about 5. We got roughly about 5,500. So
Yeah.
6,740. Let's update total words. 6,740. Oh, that was not 6,740. All right, guys. Well, we're making some progress here. Well, we'll see if we're able to hit 50,000. We'll probably only be able to hit it with your help. So, for those of you who want to be involved for the next part of the story, come join us in Act 2. Come join us in the next section of the story. Hop into the Google Docs and check out the sections of the story that we still need to write. All you have to do, what I'll do is I'll add a heading at the top, either probably later today or tomorrow morning, for those of you who want to be more involved. And or let's say you're interested and you want to write a section, just post it the submission link. Go to the submission link and we'll send you a section that you could write on. So we'll probably be taking the majority of people's help, of your help from the community for writing in Act 2, because Act 2 is where a good portion of the good section of the story is going to be. We finished up cats. We finished up the first cat. Now we're going to have to go through cats, the pirate cat, pirate Viking, and then pirate Viking will go into, what was that? So pirate Viking cat will then go into,
Pirate goes into the beloved pet, the evil little kitten.
ooh, our diabolical cute kitten. So Act 2 was going to be revolving around our diabolical kindness kitten, our desperate, chivalrous, Shakespearean, maybe, romantic cat, our Victorian, aristocratic, loner, maybe Scrooge-like cat, and then ending off Act 2 is going to be the one cat everybody loves. I can't even say love to hate, just the one cat everybody loves, our Ginger. Our Ginger Hermit will be ending off Act 2. So those are the next cats that we're going to be embarking on to. If you want to write the story, just submit, say that you're interested in over in the submission link down in the YouTube description down below, and we'll let you know which part would help out the most, unless you're like, hey, I really love this cat, I want to write this cat. So I know we've already gotten a couple submissions. You can either add to the Google Doc or you can go to the submission form. We're trying to make it as accessible as possible. So it's definitely turned out really good. By the way, I know I wasn't paying as much attention to the chat at the last section. Marcel was like, it's turning out good so far. This version was much more immersive, I found. Yeah, I completely agree. I'm like, between Soul and myself, I feel like we're getting two really, really great styles here. And it just makes it a more expansive story. And then in addition to all the ideas, your help, this is going to be such a cool story. So I'm really looking forward to how it's going to evolve. Wow, congrats. What amazing progress. I've been writing mine at the same time. It's now 15 pages long. Great work. Sounds like we're all making progress. The next story decision we're going to have to determine is who is going to be the main villain. So I'll start throwing up that poll tomorrow for who do we want to be the main villain, the main mastermind, the one controlling the strings, or the one controlling our Tuxedo cat. So we'll determine that in a live poll over the next couple of days. And yeah, thanks all for joining us today. That brings me to creative writing on the morrow. For those of you who are not, for those of you who aren't familiar, tomorrow, the next episode of the Create Right Now podcast. I thought I spelled it wrong. How I crowdfunded my story to $30,000 with author Lori Calcaterra. This is an incredible story for anybody who wants to learn more about merchandising, author branding, promoting, marketing. Lori has done it successfully with multiple crowdfunding campaigns. So definitely join us for Create Right Now tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. If you want to come join the conversation, make sure to come join us over in the Discord. The Discord is where we all love to connect, down in the YouTube description down below. And if you enjoyed the stream, tap that like button. Help us show the algorithms that writing streams are cool. This was a great writing session today, so thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
We are just hitting 5 hours, so even longer than last week. We'll see how Act 2 goes. And next week, we will also have a special guest. So more details to come next week. And let's see how our story evolves with the newly titled The God's Favorite Cat Toy, a Hermes the Cat story.
The name is just awesome.
But unfortunately, that brings us to the end of the stream. Don't forget, words are wind, but stories are forever. I'm Kaufman, and this is
Chat soul.
Nope. I'm like, wait, I'm like, wait, which one? I'm gonna get these. I'll just do this from now on. I'm like, nope, nope. I always think it's here because where my computer's at. And I'll catch you on the morrow. Stay creative, writers.